everybody, and welcome to TYT Nation Election Night Special. I'm Jeff Waldorf. I am with a couple of my old TYT community friends, as well as my social media manager, Dan Spearin. So let me introduce the panel first. Obviously, I've got Dan with me. I've got Sean with me, Sean Fitzgerald, and I've got another friend here as well with me. That is Nick. So a bunch of us that you really probably don't know unless you've watched the old TYT community days. Hey, everybody.
Hey, everybody. How's it going?
Welcome back, everyone. It's our election special / reunion. We got together for the finale of America.
Yeah,
that's right. Season finale.
Series finale.
It's the end of times, so everybody get ready.
It's the end of days.
Yeah, so we're just gonna, we're gonna go through some of the election results and we're gonna talk about it, and we're gonna be a bit more relaxed, I think, than a lot of other channels that are reporting this, unless there's a major reason to have doom and gloom, like, for example, Donald Trump winning. But otherwise, we're basically gonna go through election results. We're gonna talk some politics. We're gonna bullshit. Later on at 12, we'll have a call in from another show. We'll talk politics with them, and it'll be fun. We'll have some fun.
I like fun.
It's the end of the world party, guys.
Yeah, well, now I get that song in my head.
You know, if he actually wins, though, we're gonna be like the terrible people that were like joking around. As the end of the world. Like, kids will watch this stream in history class, and why were they so lackadaisical? That guy was clearly going to blow the planet up. And it's from some sweet, sweet Florida medicine weed. That's why, kids.
Kind of makes me wish we were in Florida, and I never thought I would say that ever.
I always wish I'm in Florida. It's great for what we do. You wouldn't even have to like curate anything. You just walk outside with a video camera.
Yeah, that's a good point. Speaking of Florida, Donald Trump is still ahead by 1 point with 95% reporting. So, yeah, I don't think it's going to flip. I don't know. It might, but Hillary Clinton's behind by less than 200,000 votes. So
it's going to be a nail biter, kids.
It's going to be damn
it
close.
Will.
Then we've got some other stuff. We've got Pennsylvania, 26% in. So far, Hillary Clinton's leading, but once again, only 26% in. So, Michigan, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with my state, but Donald Trump is winning with 15% reporting. So, that's not in yet. North Carolina, there's a lot more in, 55%, and that's going to Donald Trump. Virginia, same thing. 90% reporting in Virginia.
0.3% in Virginia, though.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
It's narrowed.
And then Colorado, Colorado is, 6% with Hillary Clinton in the lead, about half over. Voting's about half done. Counting is about half done. Voting's already closed. I got to get this right. And of course, Ohio is going massively for Donald Trump. Is that a surprise? No. Not really.
Hillary did have early voting in Ohio, so.
Yeah.
I think the link is still private, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah.
Let me check it. Yeah, for some reason it seems to be. That's weird. It shouldn't be.
So we are not live.
You're not live?
Live, but not live.
We are broadcasting from the end of the world. Nobody can hear us.
So that was weird. I believe I have just fixed that now, so I don't know. I'm watching the what is our stream, or what should?
No, it's there.
It's there now. Are we?
Yeah, I see it.
Oh, we're broadcasting.
Yep.
Well, good. At least I figured out how to do this. So.
So what happens when you don't have a lot of practice, Jeff?
I know it's been there. Like I haven't touched Google Hangouts in like forever. So.
You and the rest of America.
Yeah, pretty much.
Every Google Hangout, the hello for Google Hangout is, I think we're broadcasting.
and then followed by Sarabies.
Okay.
Yeah. Trump, like this is almost worse than the rollout of Trump TV. Almost. I don't know.
That's saying something.
And then
Jeff,
we've got,
don't mock the most tremendous television network in the history of TV.
Yeah, and then we're gonna hear Trump TV. You know, his first show will start out with
Abhi Bar, Trump, Sarkar.
So that's what's gonna happen there.
And they just called Alabama for Donald Trump. Shock of the century.
Oh no, that's it.
Just called. It was over. Pretty sure it was called.
Yeah,
half hour ago.
That's fine. As Alabama, you know that saying. As Alabama goes, so goes the country.
Look at how few votes there were too. Jesus.
250,000 for Trump and 100 something for Hill.
That's not very much. I mean, so far you've got Trump with Alabama, Arkansas, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, no surprise, Mississippi, Nebraska, North Dakota, Oklahoma. I mean, all these are pretty much. Oh, they called Texas. That's not a surprise either. Tennessee, South Dakota. Yeah, West Virginia, Wyoming. So, oh yeah, Wyoming is the new one. I think they just called that. Oh my God, Wyoming. So, Trump 137, Clinton 104, and we still have a lot of voting left to go. Or I'm sorry, counting left to go. I keep getting that confused. It's probably not a good thing.
Don't confuse counting with voting. This is how long this election cycle has been. We need Schoolhouse Rock on the final night.
Yeah, no, it's been too long. It feels like I've been covering this election for the last 10 years.
Yeah, this election cycle has just been ridiculous. It's gone on way too long. And that's honestly why where the American people are, it seems to be at this point, is like, just whatever, just let it be over, please.
Over. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I mean,
there were exits today about that actually, and really amusing.
Yeah.
It was like, how do you feel about this election? And it was just like,
it really percent.
It was like relieved it was over, then it was like anger, then it was sadness. It's just like all of the bad emotions on a scale.
Yeah, it's like the grief scale, but without anything good. It's just grief.
Exactly.
So goes the election. But it's almost over.
Yep.
So what did you guys see? Like, I'm up here in Canada, doing this from afar, and I've been up since 6 a.m. doing social and interacting with everybody on Twitter and on Facebook today. So thanks everybody who's engaged with us. But I'm curious for the guys there, Jeff, who went and voted on the ground. What do you see in your communities? What's happening? Do you see a lot of Trump signs? Like, Canadians and people in the world are kind of enthralled by this idea that I'm looking at your popular vote right now, and it's like under 1 million people right now between Hillary Clinton and the reality star.
Yeah, today, I mean, when I went out to vote, there were a lot of Trump signs on the way to the polling place. But surprisingly, today is the first time I'd ever seen a Hillary Clinton Tim Kaine sign. Like, I'm not kidding. This is the first time I saw 2 of them. And I was like, whoa, holy shit. People are actually voting for Clinton here in because let me explain my county. I live in the 4th district of Michigan. And this district has not elected a Democrat since like the 1970s. So, I mean, in our local race, we got a guy named John Moulinar, right? This guy is going to win. I mean, he's blowing out the competition already. The Democrat, the Green Party, which, by the way, I voted Green in this, not for president, but I voted Green for my local offices because I want to see that party grow. And yeah, there's no chance. I was one of the 19 votes that he got, that the Green Party guy got for a local House race. So, I mean, it's very, I live in a very conservative area, and driving all around Michigan, when I made my trip to Ann Arbor for the Fusion show, I saw nothing but Trump signs. All the businesses that I drove past, Trump signs, a lot of houses, Trump signs. I didn't see a Clinton sign that entire trip. And then here in town, same thing. All the businesses have Trump signs. and very, very few people have Clinton signs. So that's kind of what I'm seeing here on the ground. But as I said, I'm in a very small area. I'm in a small town, very, very conservative area. So it's nothing really new, is what I'm trying to say.
And I'm hearing that a lot from places. I've heard that from friends in Florida who are like, "Oh, we've got there's Trump signs everywhere and stuff." It's like, yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily a reflection of anything. That's what tonight's for. And at the moment, it's looking like the signs might mean something. Like they meant something all along.
Well, and here's the other thing, right? Trump supporters are more enthusiastic to vote for Donald Trump.
Yep.
Like I've noticed that. When it comes to Hillary Clinton, I have not seen a lot of enthusiasm. I'm sure some of those people are super excited to vote for another Clinton, and I'm like, okay, well, yeah, good for you, right? You can find some sort of excitement. I can't find any. And maybe that's like, I don't know, maybe that's in like New York or something, or California, but it's certainly, there's no excitement here, none that I've seen, and very, very few signs. I don't know. Hey, Sean, you're from New York. What's the situation on the ground there?
There is no excitement in New York. I can assure you of that. I have not seen a Hillary Kane sign. I went to cut my hair this morning and I saw a Bernie sign. Somebody's still hanging on to the dream. I see local signs for your local representatives, but there's definitely a dearth of excitement for Hillary. And this is a state that, she won overwhelmingly, or is projected to win overwhelmingly.
Clinton's up in Virginia, according to CNN now.
Right. But yeah,
it's by 0.1, but yeah, sorry.
The lack of Clinton enthusiasm is definitely a real tangible thing.
Yep.
Like she's really depending on her organization or overwhelming all of that.
Yep.
That's money. And look, she's got the advantage too of knowing how to run an actual election. Yeah, she sucks at going out and speaking. She sucks at all that stuff at campaigning. But when it comes to get out the vote operations, yeah, she's definitely a lot better than Donald Trump. Remember, that's the guy who, after he got crushed in Iowa, he came out and said, "What's a ground game? What is that?" So Hillary Clinton's got people knocking on doors and all this local stuff where Donald Trump didn't. And yet enthusiasm is so low for Hillary Clinton that even without a ground game, Donald Trump is still doing exceptionally well in this election. It's crazy.
She's six percentage points ahead in Colorado now. According, this is all CNN's numbers. Estimated it's 51% reporting there. And
but that's the amazing thing about the Democrats is they by all the early indicators, they're beating the Republicans at their own game. Like the Democrats are up in Ohio in terms of Democratic counties, in terms of early voting. All the indicators all the pre-election indicators should show us that Clinton is killing it in these swing states, but they're like battles. And so Trump still has no organization. He still doesn't know how to use the ground game.
Yep.
And he's keeping even right now.
Yeah, pretty well. And I mean, looking at everything, if Virginia continues the trend it's going down, and it's flipped to 0.1% positive for Clinton at the moment. If that grows a little bit, then she'll eke out Virginia. And if she manages to hold on to Colorado, that will be good too. I mean, if she's able to take those two, I don't know what the overall makeup is and whether or not that's enough, but it might be.
How many of you are starting to see the countdown clock to the polls closing as a doomsday clock? I'm hearing the 24 beep in my head.
I think I've been hearing that for the whole stream so far. Some sort of
up 0.2% in Virginia for Clinton.
Yeah, it's. Oh boy!
I will send you money if you stop doing. up three.
Well,
see,
okay,
guys, we're like old people watching the gas prices down the street.
Well, Virginia's.
Where do you live, Dan? And what kind of backward town is that? That's what your old people do nowadays. I mean, what is this? The 40s? Were you born in the 40s, and that's all you remember from the 40s was looking the gas prices go up and down? Or is that?
I think everyone's meant to remember the 40s.
Or is that what old people do for fun out there where you live?
Yes, in the city of Toronto, that is
Yeah,
what.
that's the only thing they got is watching gas prices
yeah,
slowly
that's all we got.
change every day. That's right.
Gas prices and Drake. That's all they got.
Just, so
It's
they just
actually on the sign. Yeah.
so they just have gas prices. Okay, got it.
But no, the important thing about Virginia, though, is it's 92% reporting. So,
Yeah,
I mean, it's really close.
It is, and if that continues, that's good.
Yeah, that is good.
It's within 100. I'm on the NBC update, and they still have Trump in the lead in Virginia. So,
I'm not sure how accurate CNN's been had some weird numbers in the past, so I can't fully confirm whether or not which is accurate and which isn't.
I chose NBC because they're the only ones who didn't call Florida for George Bush in 2000. So I'm hoping on some accuracy.
It's a 16-year difference.
I would have chosen Fox to see Sean Hannity's hair on fire, but you know, it's not breaking that way. So
Sean Hannity. I mean, if Donald Trump loses, I guarantee he's probably going to pull a Dick Morris, or he'll be like, it's rigged. It's all rigged. It's rigged. Okay.
I wonder if they'll make Megyn Kelly run down and double check the election results.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
No.
So there are ballot initiatives too. There are some important ones. I covered Florida's Amendment 1, the very, very deceptive solar initiative that actually would have basically, quote, enshrined the rights of people to have solar power, to use solar panels. But of course, it was incredibly deceptive. It was essentially bankrolled by fossil fuel companies, right? And if fossil fuel companies are bankrolling something on solar, you know it's probably not a good thing. There's something in there. And basically, it would give fossil fuel companies a large control over solar. It would make it so that there are certain things that you couldn't do with solar, and it would basically limit your choice. And they try to couch it in terms of, no, it gives you more choice and it enshrines your right to have solar. Oh, that's misleading. And thankfully, Florida voters saw through that, and they said no on Amendment 1. So that's good news. That's good news for solar. Another thing coming out of Florida, Amendment 2, which is medical marijuana. It passed 71%. So yeah, suddenly there's going to be a lot of people that are complaining about back pain in Florida. Oh God, I got to go get some medical marijuana. So that's good news. So those are some of the important ballot initiatives out of Florida. I'm going to look up some other ones as well. So we've got a lot. And if you have any ballot measures that you know of in your local area that are really important too, let us know.
I don't have any.
I don't have any here.
By the way, I saw to bring it back to the main event. I saw a post on Trump and Hillary's position on marijuana, and I realized that I hate this election because the post was supposed to be pro Hillary and pro marijuana, but when you click the link, Trump is for national medical marijuana. And Hillary really kind of isn't. So this is a victory, but I'm hoping that we can skip out on the DEA raids. And President Obama gave an interview to Bill Maher where he said, well, you can't really have the DEA enforcing laws in certain states, but not in others. And Bill Maher, being the positive on Obama kind of guy that he is, took that as saying that the federal government would step back or propose something nationally. Me being the pessimist that I am, think that there's going to be a crackdown afoot or some kind of court.
My impression of that whole thing was there is a one way or the other. This is going to come to a head answer from Obama.
And to me, both of these are medical and recreational are there shouldn't be a question. But medical, the reason for opposing medical is literally that you don't think that's medicine. And I don't understand why that position should be relevant. If anybody wants to seek if anybody's doctor recommends something to somebody else, I don't even know why we're voting on it, but I'm glad that the vote came in on what I believe is the right choice.
Sorry, I'm just looking up some more ballot initiatives. Colorado Care, not good news on Colorado Care. With 45% reporting, you have 80% saying absolutely no and creating a single payer system, a Medicare for all in Colorado. So that's not looking good. There's over 1 million votes that are no. So come on, Colorado, come on.
Okay, I just gotta say, the Virginia lead for Clinton is increasing. It's over 10,000 votes now, closer to 16,000, and a 0.5%. Again, it's still small.
92%.
The fact that it's growing is, at least in CNN. Now I'm seeing Reuters just showed up on my phone and said Trump had a slight advantage in Virginia. It's hard to say how up to date those are as well. Those little notification updates. So
yeah, it's go ahead.
And for the to get back to that ballot initiative in Colorado, I don't know if people voting that down is necessarily a bad thing, because I remember for Vermont had the single payer system and they couldn't make it work. And like, if you were in favor of single payer, I don't know if states trying it and maybe not having the like correct scale, or them not being able to do it on their own helps the single payer case. So like, I'm not sure if that's a great thing, but well, Dan's Canadian and he could tell us about single payer.
Well, before Dan jumps in, Vermont didn't actually pass it for like, I don't remember Vermont actually passing that single payer thing. That I know it was up on the ballot, but it didn't go through. So they didn't get a chance to actually try that in Vermont.
Somebody get the fact check. I'm not sure about it either, so I'm actually asking.
Yeah, Dan, I don't know if you want to weigh in on this single payer discussion or not.
Listen, I think the thing that we've had a million conversations about, and I think that everybody's talked us to death on our side of the aisle because of Obamacare and all those arguments where the left side of the party seems to constantly lose. The incremental thing is that's Obama. So when you were speaking about earlier, when we were talking about marijuana, that's how he sees change, and that's how Hillary sees change. And they're not wrong. It's frustrating, but I mean, that is how gay marriage happened. That's how, a lot of racial and civil rights happened. So it's a combination of activism on the ground and then, pushing politicians to do the right thing. Getting back to single payer, I mean, it's just an absurd. I don't know how to explain it sometimes. I think it's been a while since we did one of these chats, but I used to be the guy on this panel that just sit and go, I just don't get how these conversations happen in the States. And even though you've got money involved in the equation, and that's obviously a big factor of how these things go awry, but there's still so much that Americans are misinformed about. Seemingly every election, there's some myth about Canadian healthcare. I mean, Romney ran the most famous version of it, where there was basically this woman who was left for dead, and magically she got a doctor in the States, and the doctor was like, if you didn't come to me, you would have been dead in 6 months. And obviously a Canadian newspaper took a look at it and went, this story is so bunk, and they debunked it. But I don't think that ever made its way back to America, because you'd seen the attack ad and it moves on and all that. So I think that that's the real thing is that, I think Michael Moore and his like populist sort of documentary style was trying to bring that to America this election year, which was all these ideas that America sort of started out with that other countries adopted and have ran with, and now you can't get these things done in your own country. It's really frustrating to watch as somebody who does media for a company in the States, and it's really frustrating to watch as just like a fellow human to watch people argue about sick people. But it's really frightening to me, because that's the libertarian bent that scares the hell out of me, and that is something that I'm looking at tonight. Like, I hope Gary Johnson takes a bath, like like that, not knowing things about other countries, like being proud of it, not knowing things about, if somebody is actually going to fall to the wayside in society. Tough luck, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, kids. That Rand Paul, that bent that seems popular with my generation, that if you're not a Bernie Sanders guy, you could so easily go to Rand Paul. or you could so easily go to a guy like Gary Johnson. It's so absurd to me. There couldn't be any farther apart.
Well, I mean,
there's some common ground, but it is slim, I think.
Well, you just threw a bunch of punches, and I'm not sure I know how to respond to that, Dan. On the healthcare thing, it has been talked to death. So like, I don't want to get like too much into it. I'm just saying I don't know if individual states doing their own universal healthcare system on top of a separate, you're still going to be federally taxed for Medicare and Medicaid. I don't know if like state voters that might be in favor of universal healthcare would still be in favor of like an additional state level thing.
Sean, I want to put a pin in that for 1 second. I just want to interrupt you for 1 second. And this isn't just a socialist conspiracy, so you don't get your libertarian views out. So we've got something that's sort of breaking that I find really interesting, that I think our viewers would find interesting. So the New York Times gave Clinton an 85% chance to win earlier this afternoon. They are now giving Trump a 66% chance. Looking at this electoral map,
that's not. It's not the map. It's this little like speedometer sort of calculation thing they got.
No, but they're looking at it's based on.
No, but it's
Nicholas.
It is based on the election. Reporters talk about it, that it's not accurate. It's not accurate in what it's saying.
I'm glad you're watching reporters talking about it.
Yeah,
but
he's reading
about it on Twitter.
All right, everybody calm down, because that's actually what I wanted to jump to. Is right now they showed the Michigan vote, and Trump is somehow getting 10 points. He's 10 points higher in whites with no college degrees in Michigan than Romney was 4 years ago. So like his turnout is I don't think that was predicted. His turnout is coming through.
Is it tremendous?
So like, it's tremendous. But I'm saying that could lead to the prediction changing, like the percentage changing. Because if it's 66, that's significant. Like,
but this is what's happening though. If you're looking at the race going on in Florida right now too, we've got Clinton that's basically getting a little bit of a bump. She's not even really getting a bump. She's just basically holding water because of the rise in non-white voters. But white voters are almost all doubling down for Trump in some of these key parts of these states.
Jeff,
what did I do?
Oh, somebody mentioned white voters, and I assumed it was your fault because groups.
Because I'm like the whitest. Well, we're all super white, so
I'm only half white, so eat that.
Yeah, whatever, man.
you take what you call it. You take this burden. You're white in Michigan, therefore it is your fault.
I'm white in Michigan, and you know what? I voted the way that I had to, and I wasn't very happy about it, and I had to take it.
Did you hold your nose? Because I've heard that they were handing out nose plugs at Clinton events.
No, not a Clinton event. Very Republican district, so I had to get and get out and take a shower. So
don't you live in a Mosh's district, right?
No, I live in the 4th district. So
did they redistrict you?
No, I was always in this district.
Oh, I thought your congressman used to be Justin Amash.
No.
Oh.
I've got some guy named John Moulinar.
Oh. Because I was gonna say, if you're in a Republican district, like having an anti-war Republican, kind of like the least bad of the options that you could have. But you apparently that doesn't apply. You live in a worse district.
Yeah. I have I've got some friends that vote for Justin Amash. So I have more libertarian friends around here, and we always get in these political debates just like you and I do, Sean. And the funny thing is, like, we always talk about these issues. We always get in these debates, but at the same time, you're like one of the only people that I can actually have a civil conversation with.
Oh, because I don't think people who disagree with me are Satan. Like that's
a
what
good rule of thumb to live life by.
That's one of the that's why no matter who wins, I know a lot of people think it's the apocalypse if Trump wins, but no matter who wins, I'm just going to be happy when this is over.
What I think is going to be really interesting is Michigan now. Nate Silver, boy genius from a few elections ago, and the magic ball of 538 has now put Michigan in too close to call. So they're resetting that at 50-50, which means Clinton's overall, which is I assume what New York Times has done too, which is drop Clinton. And because Trump's leading in Florida, but not by a ton, that makes things super interesting in Florida. But what I'm really getting at here, gang, is if Florida is our last chance to save the nation. Oh dear God, this has literally been another of the craziest elections ever. Mm-hmm. What if Florida saves us from Donald Trump?
No, I remember the last time Florida was, the decider in the election, and it didn't turn out well for us.
Yeah, the Supreme Court kind of had to step in. The 4-4 Supreme Court. Yeah. Oh my God! Now it's 4-4, guys.
It's like some sort of bad Halloween tale.
Is that Glenn Beck? Oh my God!
Has Fox called it for Trump yet? That's what I'm waiting for.
I see Glenn Beck on NBC, and I'm like, what is happening?
Well, there's a New York profile on him the other day because his kids, and it caught attention up here in Toronto because we all learned that his family lives up here for some reason. Nobody's really sure why. His wife and kids live in Toronto, but so far they do. And
crisis bunker.
Right. So anyways, he's like talking about his wife and kids in Toronto, but it was like this, like all these fluffy pieces about Glenn Beck because he's going on like an apology tour being like, I think I started part of this insanity and I've rethought it. And Obama's changed my opinions on some stuff because I didn't think he'd be able to do anything. I thought he'd be evil, blah, blah, blah. So to Sean's point of, people coming around from the crazy town and now thinking maybe you shouldn't call everybody evil. Glenn Beck's trying to sell a new book, I guess.
Yeah. And what's evil about that?
Literacy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you've ever had the unfortunate task of reading Glenn Beck's books, or just reading like excerpts or whatever, or like breezing through it on a bookshelf, I've never paid for a Glenn Beck book. The dude writes like a 5-year-old. So.
Oh, I believe it.
Like he's like, it was crumpled up like you crumple paper. It's like, no, dude, that's a terrible analogy.
That's not. I mean, are you describing paper when you say it's crumpled up like paper?
It's
if
really,
you are, then that's really disappointing on many levels.
It's like it made a cracking sound, like something when it cracks, and it's like, dude, what are you? Come on, like you would fail any like junior high school essay writing contest with this nonsense.
Yeah, like fifth grade literature class. Immediately fail.
What he didn't realize is he should have went for talking like a third grader because then he would be a presidential candidate.
Yeah, or super popular. But no, he has to talk like this and take pauses that are exceptionally long.
My favorite thing about Glenn Beck is he's like leaning forward for no reason. Like they frame the shots on TV. It's like super fake. He's leaning forward right now on NBC. He's like, yeah, America. He looks up like he's a freaking dog that like made a boo-boo. This is his apology tour.
That is ironic too, because he's on MSNBC. Here's Glenn Beck on MSNBC leaning forward.
Oh God. We can all
not to completely ruin your pun, but he's on NBC.
Yeah,
he's on the network. We're giving Glenn Beck in 2016 network time on the general election. So let's just take a breather. That somebody at NBC was like, what happens if Trump pulls in here close and the nation's in complete panic? Who should we bring in as a soothing voice? Oh, I know. Let's call Glenn Beck. Like, what's going on in America? Good Lord.
No, well, this is the same thing as, the CNN hiring Corey Lewandowski as a political analyst or something like that, and Kellyanne Conway to come on CNN all the time. Like there are certain people that don't belong on television.
Yep.
Like crazy people.
My favorite part about that is the reports of like him being shunned by the rest of the CNN staff. Like, oh, disgusting. They hired this political hack there. I'm like, you're all political hacks. You're just for like different like candidates. Like,
yeah,
he's worse, but like he ain't passing questions.
That's true. Like Donna Brazile.
I think it depends on the pundit. I think largely Fareed Zakaria is pretty neutral on those things. I mean, in that case, you could say he's an establishment hack, I guess. But
it goes to that like broader point of why Trump has some support. It's because even though he's rich and he sells like his brands all before this meant money, like the fact that he's not in the establishment club is appealing to a certain percentage of this country, possibly 51% of this country.
Yeah, because they despise the establishment, and genius, the DNC decided to put up the most establishment candidate that they could find. Yeah, way to go.
Oh, and that strategy was not just a Trump strategy. I found out that Evan Bayh is running for Senate in Indiana because that's what we all needed. And like on CNN, they were like, the Democrats felt like they drafted him to run. They felt like he would speak to the Midwestern like voters or whatever. And it's like stop. And they're like, but people might be a little upset that he became a lobbyist after he left the Senate. I'm like, yeah, a little bit. Turns out.
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised at all. And this guy, I mean, yes, he talks like, oh, I'm a liberal. No, you're not. You're a corporatist. You sign on with every piece of Republican corporatist legislation that they put in front of your face.
But he probably doesn't hate gays, so that makes him.
Gee, I guess that's the only metric that should count. No,
I mean,
sorry.
His last name is Bayh, so it would be weird if he hates gays.
That's bad. Come on, that's no.
Thank you.
Terrific.
Take my bow. I literally just thought of that pun and felt very creative because of it.
That was terrible.
It was. But actually, he was a corporatist Democrat, like senator years ago. He probably was anti-gay marriage when he was in the Senate. He probably evolved though.
Yeah, well, along with Hillary Clinton, who also had to evolve. So.
Oh yeah, it's convenient how she evolved after President Obama evolved, and then won an election after evolving. That's when she came to that conclusion that this would work for. I mean, it was the right thing to do.
Oh, of course, it was the right thing to do, and there was no political consideration behind it, not whatsoever. I mean,
the fact that she waited until 2013,
badgering women.
Oh God,
that's what
the fact that she waited until 2013 like makes it the most like Obama did it, and we all know about the financial pressures and all that, like from big gay Democratic donors that wanted to, push him in that direction, and they were kind of holding donation money hostage against him. Like we all know about that, but the fact that she waited until 2013, like, is like the exact calculating move that we would expect. Mm-hmm. Like it's like, did he win? Is it still popular? Okay, now I'm on board.
Yeah. And look, we talked about this earlier off air. The fact that Hillary Clinton she's a poll watcher. She's just like her husband. So when it comes to something that's popular, she's got to make sure it's poll tested multiple times. That there's a large, overwhelming consensus that's gonna keep her into power, something like that. And then she'll go for it. But she's got to wait. She's got to test it out. She's like one of those people that has to test out the water, like dipping in one toe at a time. Like, I don't know about this. I don't know. This water might be too cold. I don't know yet. I've got to test it out. So, and maybe there are some circumstances where that's like when it's something new that you want to test it out to see if it actually works. But this is on every single issue. But the good thing about that, and there is a positive side, is that if something is super popular, like, I don't know, raising the minimum wage or getting a Medicare for all national system, well, if that shows up to be immensely popular and a lot of people want it, and they're saying in poll after poll, hey, institute this. This is what we want. It's possible to push Clinton in that direction. With Donald Trump, I don't see that happening.
I mean, I admire your optimism, so please allow me to wreck it.
No, I'm not even that optimistic, to be honest with you.
No, I know, but I admire like that, but like it's true that Clinton is like a follower. Like she'll follow. Most politicians are followers, right? This is not like
she leads from behind, and that's the biggest problem that we have. She's not a leader, and generally she does what her corporate masters tell her. And I'm I'm not saying that that's not the issue. I'm saying that it is possible to at least push her a little bit, even if it's incrementalism, which I despise incrementalism. But at the same time, I'd rather go forward 2 steps than go backward 10.
Right. But the point I was going to make is that like the gay rights issue, like it moved in that direction. The president supported it. He won election. It became more popular. By the way, it shows that the effect that these candidates can have, because when Obama came out in favor of it, demographics within the Democratic Party that were against gay marriage started moving towards gay marriage. So
right.
like that, it does have a positive effect if they like try and lead on an issue. But but you have to remember that issue had almost no financial opposition. Like it had dying financial opposition. So like that's an issue where she had to be dragged along, right? And Obama had to be dragged along in a sense too. But they had to be dragged along, and there was not really a lot of money on the other side.
Yeah, and all the money was from, as you pointed out, gay wealthy donors that were like, hey, we're not going to fund you unless you actually give us equal rights. And I totally get that. And for all these other issues, you do have a ton of money that's against you. As for President Obama, you remember it was Joe Biden accidentally slipping out, or so we think. I mean, I tend to think that it is more of a slip. Like, you know, Joe Biden said, yeah, we're in favor of that, I guess. And President Obama was like, well, way to go. You let the cat out of the bag. Now I have to publicly support this. But the polls seem to be in the right place. And you're also right, too, when you say that you have to lead on an issue. You can't be a follower on the issue. And I think that's one of the reasons a lot of people find Donald Trump so appealing, is because he will lead on an issue. In fact, he'll be like, yeah, this is what we're going to do. And it'll be tremendous. It'll be fantastic, because that's what we're going to do. We're going to build a wall. And what sucks is that he's leading on so many issues that are terrible. The one exception that I would definitely give to Donald Trump is that he's leading opposition on the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And I don't know what he gets out of it other than a bump from white working class people, which he doesn't seem to have that much of a problem with, to be honest with you. But like people like me, for example, I'm the target demographic for Donald Trump, believe it or not. First of all, disaffected Bernie Sanders supporter, right? Somebody who sees the corruption, talks about the corruption of the DNC, and was disgusted and turned off by just all the shenanigans that happened. I mean, reading the WikiLeaks story, I did WikiLeaks stories just about every single day leading up to today since those Podesta emails started coming out. And man, you know, a lot of the stuff, I mean, there's some inane bullshit in there, of course, that doesn't really matter. But then there was a lot of really important stuff that shows the levels of corruption that Hillary Clinton was doing in order to win the Clinton campaign. I mean, they knew that coordinating with Correct the Record, for example, the super PAC run by David Brock, they knew Neera Tanden, the biggest Hillary cheerleader, is sitting there going, hey, you know what? This looks shady. This could be illegal. Maybe we shouldn't do this. John Podesta saying essentially the same thing. Yeah, this is not a good idea. What did they do anyway? They decided to go with it. They decided to coordinate with Correct the Record anyway. And then to come out and say, no, this isn't illegal. No, it's absolutely illegal. You're breaking election law. The only reason that they're getting away with it is because they absolutely know that the Federal Election Commission is fucking broken. They're not going to do a goddamn thing because the way that it's set up, you've got 3 Democrats, you got 3 Republicans. They can't even agree on what to fucking have for lunch. Okay. Right. That's why, and look, don't get me wrong. The Trump campaign is also coordinating with their super PAC. So you have rampant coordination, people breaking federal election law, which is crazy to me.
Yeah, Jeff, I have to.
So much money that's flooding into the system.
I have to interrupt you to let you know that Ohio has been called.
Ohio's been called?
I just want to interject here, not to disrupt your conversation, because I get that's where we're going the next few days. We're going to have these conversations. But we're in a world of trouble here, gentlemen.
Yeah, Ohio's
Virginia's now 1.5%.
It's not just that, though. You've got a situation where the Republicans are going to have the House and the Senate by the looks of it. And if we don't, if Clinton doesn't swing one of these big states here, or all of them at this point, we're gonna have a Senate, House, and president.
So on that topic, to completely switch gears away from my earlier rant. So, I mean, what happens if Donald Trump wins and we've got the Republican House? Who do you think they're going to blame first? I think you all know the answer. But Dan, I'm going to give you a chance to answer that first.
I'm going to answer it because I'm sure you gave me the floor because you know I'm going to go contrarian on you on this. But I actually will push back to what you just said. I haven't seen a look at the demographics. I haven't seen the breakdowns yet. None of us really have. But Hillary Clinton taking a bath to a person this unstable, I don't stand up for that. I think that like what's happening in America, what's happening in Canada, Brexit, people are not informed. People are choosing to not care about what happens in their backyard, what happens in their neighbor's backyard. And we're not making not only informed decisions, but we're making decisions that affect other people. And we don't care about that either. So I think that you can have this conversation about are they going to blame, who's the horse race thing going to blame? I don't think they're not going to be able to blame Jill Stein. They're not going to be able to blame Gary Johnson, obviously, because, you know, he's taking more from Trump. The margins are not going to be that wide. Jill Stein failed on her mandate of what she was trying to do this election. What you're going to have, though, that I'm concerned about is where millennials are at, and whether or not we got the vote out from white millennial kids, like if they came out and made the right decision to stop Trump. And that's concerning for me, obviously not because I've talked so much about millennials in my own work, but also because it's my generation. And the fact that I'm sitting here at 10:30 on election night and I'm looking at the campaign that I just watched that was completely xenophobic, sexist, disgusting, lacking knowledge. And we look like not only is it going to shift from the last 8 years of Obama, but it could shift. We're this close to it shifting to all power to Republicans is beyond frightening.
Mm-hmm. And look, you know, I was going to mention that who is the DNC going to blame if Republicans end up winning this election? And I think a lot of them will blame Bernie Sanders. I think a lot of them will blame Jill Stein voters. Now here's the thing, right? Jill Stein, I'm looking at the results, and obviously this is not a full tally, but Jill Stein is at less than 1% of the vote.
Yep. No one's going to blame Jill Stein. The FBI thing is there for the scapegoat. The WikiLeaks is there for a scapegoat. Like, there's a lot of wrong answers here, and Jill Stein's not going to make the short list.
There might be a tiny bit of shade thrown at Johnson just based on the percentages he's polling, but that's about it. Nothing significant.
No,
it's not going to be a Nader situation. It's not.
No, and for the
Nader for
the record, for the record, if two things: one, Johnson takes away support from candidates equally depending on the state. Two, and this is most important, it's always the candidate's fault. Like, if the candidate does not excite people, it was Mitt Romney's fault in 2012. It was John McCain's fault / Sarah Palin's fault.
I don't want to stoke on this, but I think they've got a beef with what the FBI did last week. I don't want to totally. We've. The only reason why I'm saying this is because I think everybody who watches us, listens to us, knows our network. No one's ever going to say that we didn't criticize Hillary Clinton enough. So, I mean, we can't go from May to be like, you guys are going to ruin her chances to now, where you're going to all of a sudden tell us that we're not criticizing her enough. We're trying to find a scapegoat. But I do think that was a serious, we call it a legal move. We could have a long conversation about it. We don't have to, but I mean, that is something that's going to be talked about for years by the looks of it. If this goes the way it's going right now, I mean, there's still hope. A single tear rolls down my cheek.
Right. Well, I mean, I like to get into the Comey thing. My position on the Comey thing is I felt like some of the outrage was kind of unwarranted because he testified before Congress, and if you testify before Congress, then you have to, if your testimony could change, you have to report. You have to report if your previous testimony can become untrue when you're made aware of it. So I feel like the attacks against Comey are kind of unfair, in my opinion.
No, I think
because here's my thing. If he waited, right, and they reopened the investigation, and like they found like, you know, whatever they would need to find to like nail Hillary to the wall. And he waited till after the election. Would that not be considered a political move? Waiting?
There is a law. Like,
yeah, but he said like the FBI normally does not make stuff that's under investigation public. That's true. But he specifically testified before Congress one thing that could have been changed by this letter. And the letter was not like people made it out to be like he left this ambiguous letter or whatever. The letter was like, we found emails. I said the investigation was closed. That might not be the case. But that's not what
people are upset about, though. I don't think, in my opinion, like what people are upset about is like it was a politically motivated thing. There was no smoke nor fire there. That was, by the sounds of it, according to reporting from the Post and the Times, that they had a few Breitbart fans in lower positions that went up the ladder and went, we have to look into this, look at this book. And like that came out a couple of days ago, and Rachel Maddow did a 20-minute essay on it, and the usual suspects talked about it, obviously. But I mean, that's going to be the narrative. Like, there's no doubt about it. I mean, I think that the narrative coming from our side of things is obviously going to be thanks baby boomers for once again using the compass of Reagan as your compass for liberalism and failing us once again. I mean, this is the rallying cry of all Bernie Sanders people for the last, 6 to 8 months, which is, the party that stood up in the 90s, that led the party in the 90s to say, where you should be working more. We're not that into welfare. We're not that big into unions. We're not that big in, like, that stripped the Democratic Party of a lot of its roots to try to gain power. We're not all that shocked maybe that we're sitting here on election night and being like, oh, guess what? This, which is so completely out of millennials, range of what they believe in is to be liberal. It was an outdated campaign. And I mean, I think that we've all been upset from the get-go about this. And so it's really, it's so almost grotesque to take a victory lap on this, though. Like, it's like, I don't think I can process how sad this is. Like, this even if she somehow pulls it out, it's still depressing that we are this close.
Yeah. No, I feel you on that. I felt like when the Republicans attacked Comey, when he made the announcement that they weren't going to pursue charges, like, people called him a danger to the Republic for like questioning the beloved institution of the FBI. And then Comey comes out, and then people like forget about that and they start attacking. And I feel like my reading of the law was that he had to inform Congress. Like, that's how I felt about it. And like you're saying that there was political motivation. Believe me, I wish that this would have come out months ago, and then we would have had it all adjudicated or whatever. But like, if
Clinton
he would have
the projected winner of Virginia, just thought I'd let you know.
Oh, that's big news. But
that's significant. She's still in this.
But if he would have held the information and it turned out, and if he would have held it and people would have found out that he held potentially damaging information, like, that move is just as political, right? And I feel like as an independent, I can see that in a way that certain people who might be leaning towards the left and being a little hurt right now don't see it like that.
But Sean, here's the thing: when he announced, he not only didn't have access to those emails, he didn't even have a warrant, so nobody could have read what's inside of those emails. So he literally had no information about what's in it. So really, what was the announcement about? It was about, we found some emails, we don't know what's in them. And the way that it was hyped, the way that it was sensationalized, and the way that they actually had said, or some people, Comey didn't come out and say this, but a lot of people took it. The Breitbarts ran with it. Said, they're reopening the investigation, when actually they didn't, because they didn't even read the things. Yeah. So I can understand your point, and I would agree with your point if they read something and they found something and they sat on it until after the election. But that's not what happened in this case.
No, I understand that, but he was obligated, if he believed that his testimony could change, he's obligated to inform the Congress. And Congressman Chaffetz in Utah, which, by the way, we should be watching Utah later because they are running that guy against Trump. But Congressman Chaffetz and
currently the stats I'm seeing on him are, I mean, this is very, very early for Utah at the moment.
Yeah,
Trump
don't even
is
bother.
at 51, and then McMullen is 21.9, and Clinton's 22.5. So, but again, that's like 8%, according to CNN.
But Congressman Chaffetz of Utah was the one who said that they reopened the investigation first, and that caught fire like everywhere. And like the way it was painted by the Clinton team and like the narrative that's kind of been parroting is that Comey sent a letter to the Republicans in Congress. He didn't. He sent a letter to Congress, right? They are Republicans in Congress. I feel like Comey's getting a bad rap. I feel like, because again, if he would have held it, if it was the other way and he had information on Trump, that potentially damaging information on Trump, and he was obligated under penalty of perjury to share it, and he waited till after the election, like, I feel like we're not having this conversation the same way. Like that, even if it didn't turn out to be anything huge.
Colorado has been called for Clinton as well. So Colorado and Virginia have gone Clinton.
Okay, so now we're back into like breathe.
Where it's better.
Yeah, so no more. We don't need to freak out. So
it's still on the table. So yeah, so like that's still on the table. So we've got it's Michigan though. Still, it's scary. Jeff.
Yeah.
Michigan is scary.
I want to talk. Let me bring up a point to you guys about the Comey thing, because what I think is important about the Comey situation is actually something that's actually really accessible to people. It's really broad, and I'm actually going to use SNL this year as sort of my thesis point. The thing that was so damaging about the Comey situation was that everybody already believed it. Like, we saw this with Rob Ford in Toronto, right? Is that all the people of the left, it reminded me of sort of the old SNL joke from the 80s where Dukakis was like, how am I losing to this guy, from John Lovitz. Mm-hmm. And that was just what's happening in Toronto. We were just like, everything, he would like fall down. He would like say he was going to get better, vagina at home. People were just like horrified. And
oh, no, not just get better. He eats better vagina at home.
Yeah. And then, I mean,
we're very, very specific.
Nick and I are not being as crass as he was about it. So like, all of these things happen, and people in Toronto would just keep waiting for the other shoe to drop. And when you watch, one of the things I talked about with all my comedy friends was that, like, SNL tore Clinton to shreds this year and didn't really touch Trump. Alec Baldwin made fun of him for all the things that no one cares about that was going to be a Trump voter. Was he crass? Did he, sniff a lot?
Yeah, I saw you share this, actually. I saw you share this and give this actually.
Yeah.
I thought it was actually rather insightful. Yeah, exactly.
Clinton's satire was, I'm a robot. I'm power hungry. I don't really care about you. I would do anything to be president. I can't relate to you. I'm rich. Like, it's all of these things that people, all the Trump campaign needed was that Comey moment, because, hashtag Comey 2012, but like, it's that. It's that situation where we already believe it, right? Like, the things about attack ads, the things that people think that like they're invented out of thin air, but they're usually things that the public already sort of feels in their gut about someone. And that's what you end up with. Like, Mitt Romney looked like Thurston Howell III. Like, he just had that rich country club guy look. All they needed was that one tape from a bar. And that was it. You could hang that around Mitt Romney's neck, and that was the end of the conversation. And that's this for Clinton for me, is that, whether or not she holds on or not, it looks like we're in some serious trouble when it comes to the House and the Senate. And, Bill Maher, I thought, was brought up earlier when he did the interview with Obama, but he did a really good job. And I don't think enough people did this on the left, was defending Obama's record. I think on the left, we get really smug about, obviously everyone knows, like, look at all of the facts and figures, and they don't. And we still have a terrible job on the left of getting PR out to people in our way. It's hard for anyone after 8 years. Like, I mean, like, historically speaking, it's, parties don't usually run forever in power. So, I mean, Hillary was already up against being the first female nominee for president to actually, like, that's insurmountable in a lot of ways that people, I don't think, give enough credit to how hard that is for her and how much higher the bar is in a lot of ways. And Sam B in comedy, just sticking to like my little, niche topic here. Like Sam B, I thought did a really good job last week of outlining, or this week of outlining how Clinton was a super feminist who didn't change her name, that, I am Rodham. And then focus groups went, you're really hurting Bill. And she is Rodham Clinton. And then you're still really hurting Bill. He wants to run, I'm Hillary Clinton now. Stand by your man, Tammy Wynette, in the interview when his first cheating thing came up. What'd she do? She ended up baking cookies. None of those things she wanted to do. And that's where I think the divide happened with Bernie, was that Xers and boomers are so used as left-wingers, they got stuck in that Reagan, Thatcher, kind of world where the left was just losing election after election, and people were hard up, and they wanted more opportunity, and they wanted less taxes, and things were going fairly well in certain times. And so that's the compass that they draw their liberalism from. Our generation grew up mostly in the Bush era. Like, that was the first government they really started to think about. And they maybe remember the Clinton era, but they mostly probably remember Monica Lewinsky from that era. And so you've got an entire generation of people that know the Iraq War, that know that the parents got laid off, that they know that TPP doesn't work. And Trump did this ad, which was anti-Semitic, near the end of the campaign, his final closing argument ad. But it was, I wrote on my, I put it on my socials, like, whoever edited this ad, may you burn in hell forever, because it's brilliantly edited and it's brilliantly written.
It's a very good ad. I know.
It's such a good ad.
And this is when Kyle at Secular Talk was, I think, 100% right too. He's like, if Trump had ran with that message consistently and not deviated, he would have locked the goddamn election up.
But you see, I don't agree. I don't agree with Kyle on that, because I think he did. And every time he goes to those halls, like it's just like with Rob Ford. It was the same kind of thing. The public got that 1 minute of crassness. He's standing there for another 30 minutes, though. Do you think he's just talking about like Omarosa? Like, no, he's like clearly stoking that message.
He's also stoking the message, though, of, and you're a horrible person, you should be in jail, you deleted all these emails, and you did this.
But that's one part of it.
So there's some of, you're right. And most of his message was that other message too. Yeah,
his overall message is corruption. The overall message is that Washington doesn't give a fuck about you. You need somebody who's not from that culture. It was Rob Ford's message too. Like, Rob Ford would sit there with his brother and say, I am not a politician, while running the city. But people bought it because he was stumbly and he looked like them.
I got a quick chime in because I mentioned it before with Michigan, but Trump 2% higher than the Republican than Romney in 2012 with white voters with no college degree, and Hillary 5% lower with that same demographic. Like, he is churning out that vote in ways that that seem impossible. Like, it's not,
He loves the poorly educated.
Yeah, I mean, but like, that's amazing. That's like, he actually really is like churning out the white vote like crazy. But to Dan's point about things being harder for Hillary because she's a woman, I think that her whole political life, things were harder for her because she was a woman, right? That's undeniable. Yeah. But I feel like no male candidate in a standard election would have been nominated as their party's nominee for with the investigations and all that stuff that was attached to them. Like Clinton, like, the Democratic Party turned into the Republican Party for this election cycle. Like, they decided they're going to hand it to the next person in line.
In one aspect,
they decided they were going to hand it to the next person in line, and they did. And like, they wanted, like, the only thing that literally the only thing that people tell me, Clinton supporters tell me, that they like about her is that she's a woman. They're like, I'm ready for the first woman president. Like,
I don't agree with that at all. And I think that one thing that Bernie Sanders supporters and the left in general, that, like, the true left, if you want to call it that and be smug about it,
the true left,
the true left, strong and free. But like, what is my big beef with a lot of people on the Jill Stein camp, in that not from a ideological standpoint, I kind of agree with a lot of their things, but from a reality standpoint, is that, like, most of the country doesn't share our values. You're seeing that tonight. Like this, like we got maybe a little bit spoiled with Obama, and like, Canada got a big wake up call in the last decade, right? We had a decade of conservative rule, like hardcore. Where did that lake go? Conservative rule. And people thought, what? We're Canada. Like, how did this happen here? And Toronto was like, what? How did this happen here? How did a guy who refuses to go to the gay pride parade, win? And we talked, the boomers had it with Nixon with the silent majority. Those people aren't picking up a phone and maybe saying on the phone, like, oh yeah, I'm clearly a bigot. But when they get into the booth, they know who they're voting for. And there is a fear that, you saw that rise. You see it if you're a YouTuber. You see it and you think to yourself, it's probably just a pocket. It's probably just this small little group of people. I'm not going to pretend that like Twitter is, the real world. And it's not. But these conversations at some point have to start happening on a broader scale. Like the xenophobia is rising. The witch hunt of the Cold War has manifested itself into being afraid of Islam, of being afraid of immigrants. The idea that anyone with a suitcase bomb could change an entire city or life has become, I don't trust anybody, in the same way that is someone a communist. We don't question these things anymore. I mean, in a weird way, this election spent so much time on Russia, and it was just really bizarre. Like we're still in, there's all these things are still so entrenched in our culture, and to millennials it might seem like 100 years ago, but it wasn't. I mean, I was born in 83, right? Like the Berlin Wall was still up. And so these are the things that I think, we're in that 1968 moment. You've got a huge generation gap. There's about 34% of us now. We're owning the demographic war, but they ran an old school, doesn't relate to us, I'm going to go on Ellen and, do my best to relate to you kind of candidate. And I think that the thing that we really need to talk about in politics, not to pivot completely out of what we were talking about, but if you interview people, if you do any sort of work within politics, people who are political in political organizations, loyalty is such of the framework of how everything gets done. So people in Bernie Sanders camp is talking about, hey, guess what? This is all corrupt, but it's also years and years of actually fostering relationships that the Clintons have done and put the work in. You can argue that's not how democracy should work, but that is how any group of any kind of people, like if you have a book club, somebody does the heavy lifting and organizes it, and then somebody else just shows up. And these are the things that, we can call corruption, but that's how this political system was built. So if we want to change it, we're going to have to get inside of it, because that's not going to change overnight. Donna Brazile dies for the Clintons because she can trust the Clintons. She knows the Clintons. She's been around them. And any one of us, I truly believe, in that same bubble acts the same way. It's a systematic problem. It's not one person. This is how we survive as a group.
So
loyalty.
Let me point out something earlier that you said.
Jeff, can we give an update though? They called Colorado for Hillary Clinton.
Yes, they did call Colorado for Hillary Clinton, and Virginia also for Hillary Clinton. So and Ohio for Donald Trump. So, we're still 138 electoral votes for Clinton, Trump 168.
Clinton's closed the Florida gap a little bit too, which is something else to keep your eye on, because that's the ball game.
They're 99.
And by the way, Johnson is at 2% in Florida, so either way, he's going to catch some of the heat for this.
Yeah,
he has 200,000 votes. The Johnson vote total is higher than the difference between Trump and Clinton, like right now. So
I just don't think he's going to catch flack for it, because you can't say all of his votes one way or the other are going to go to one of those candidates. I really don't believe that. I mean,
statistically, Ralph Nader pulled more votes away from George W. Bush in Florida than Al Gore, but they still blame him for Al Gore losing.
Yeah, I think they blame that because that was a moment. Like listen, here's the thing. Jill Stein did not have a moment this year. I get why Bernie had a moment and Jill Stein tried to keep that train running, but Nader was polling near 5% at one point, around 4%. By the time he got down to the actual election night, people got cold feet, and he went down to like what 2.7, I think, around there, something like that. The point of that story is just that like he filled up Madison Square Garden with like celebrities, and people for the first time were like, let's talk about third party, and he was known nationally. So like I think that's why he gets that around his neck so much, because people knew who Ralph Nader was, in the way that people knew who Ross Perot was, in the way that people knew who Pat Buchanan was. Jill Stein is somebody who you may love her and her ideals, and I'm not trying to take anything away from that, but she doesn't have that profile. No, obviously you don't, but people listening and watching at home might. And I'm not trying to take anything away from their candidate, but what I am saying is that when Jill Stein ran in her own state, she didn't crack 5%. Right. So the idea that she could do it nationally was, to me, always a little, pie in the sky. And but you should always vote your ideals or whatever like that. But I do think that, here's what I'll say. This is the moral of this election for me, no matter how it goes. The thing that scared me the most about this election, besides facts disappearing, besides all of these things, inaccuracy on Facebook and social media, which we could have an entire talks about, on hours on end. But the thing that scares me the most is that standing outside on your own and not compromising and working within the system to affect real change for people, like all or nothing, seems to be becoming a bigger and bigger value that people appreciate. People want Forrest Gump to run for president. I want to see all those moments. Are you with the right person? Do you have the right soundbite? And that's not how real change gets made a lot of the times. Like, are we just going to always choose the outsider who never got dirty and just voted against the grain? Because that's who Rob Ford was in Toronto, going back to that. He would be like the one vote, be like, why don't we help AIDS patients? And Rob would be like, I don't want to help AIDS patients. And everybody would be like, oh my God. And then all of a sudden, these people from out of the woodwork were like, I hate corruption. Here's a guy who never voted with anybody. Here's a guy who's this maverick. And these are the things that freak me out.
Rob Ford, you're using a terrible example, because Rob Ford's an American hero. He can walk into a camera like a champion.
God rest his soul.
I admire that. Oh, I forgot.
I wasn't laughing for the record. I wasn't laughing at the man passing away. It was just the idea that, like, in this pop culture, garbage in, garbage out society we had, you literally had a moment where you're like, oh, right, that meme died.
I was literally gonna say 2020, and that completely slipped my mind.
Yeah,
but yeah, I think
the internet culture.
I think the facts disappearing in this election has been the most frustrating. And like, Dan, I'm gonna call you out like slightly, not for losing facts, but your explanation for why Donald Trump shouldn't be elected. I feel like the terms misogynist, racist, and all that, while I do feel like they apply, especially to like what this dude says, like I feel like those get overused, and people feel like that like they feel inoculated to it. Because remember, Hillary Clinton smeared Bernie Sanders as a sexist and a racist, and it's like,
no, that's exactly what I wanted to kind of talk about. Because here they took the most liberal senator in America, and they said, you're such a sexist, you are a misogynist because you pointed at Hillary Clinton in the wrong way. I mean, what the fuck is that? So you're
hold on. Before this escalates to like, let's also agree that like it's a generational issue, okay? Like we do have like Bernie Sanders is not 30 years old. Bernie Sanders is from an entirely different generation. So I don't think that saying to somebody of a entirely different generation that you have to play by a new set of rules here, considering we're the ones supporting you. Bernie Sanders also didn't. If Bernie Sanders did any reach out to African Americans and didn't run old school, we would have Bernie Sanders, I think. Maybe not, because the Clinton roots are pretty deep, and that was a pretty hard legacy champ to beat. But I'm just saying, like, Bernie's blind spots of his generation did hurt him. And I don't necessarily want to go full Ghostbusters sequel here on this. Like, this is like a SJW plot or something.
It was a reboot, not a sequel.
Yeah, fair enough. Sorry.
All right, I hold on. They just called Florida.
Oh God. Oh my God.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Avi Kibar, Trump, Sarkar.
That's what we're gonna hear for the next 4 years. It's possible.
So I started out your live stream today with the joke, the quick citizenship path to Canada, and I thought it was funny at 8 in the morning.
start constructing that wall.
I was going to say, if any of you would like to come up to Canada and help me build a wall.
Hey, it's jobs. There you go. Probably make more money than we're doing right now.
Oh my God.
Well, if he gets elected tonight, like I'm never going to get to come and work in the States.
It's kind of scary that they're gonna if they hold the House and the Senate, like.
Yeah. Well, right now.
Who called Florida? Wait, hold on. What news organization called?
Yeah, I don't see it on screen in NBC.
Because RT's calling it, but I don't trust that.
Oh yeah, that's like the Fox of Trump now. No offense. I actually believe RT does some good work.
AP called it. No, everybody's called it. I just have to go on Twitter for 5 seconds.
It says too close to call on NBC right now.
Globe gave it. The Boston Globe's giving it to them. Local newspapers are giving it to him.
It says 95% in, difference of 134,000, and too close to call.
It could be Florida again, or I mean, it could be 2,000 again.
All right, I'm gonna stay on the NBC train and say it's not over Florida, even though you only have 5% of counties that are coming in.
Yeah, it's I don't know. Florida, I mean, but hey, Pennsylvania, Hillary Clinton is still ahead in Pennsylvania by 2 points. So
we've discussed this. Pennsylvania is a swing state in the minds of the media alone. Like when it swings, then I will call it a swing state.
But Michigan, 49% for Trump, with almost half of all districts reporting. So
I don't know North Carolina. I don't know if I should trust NBC, but like they have Trump at 51. Clinton at 46 in North Carolina with 95% of counties in, and they're not calling it. So
Nevada numbers are just starting to come in. So and it's 1% reporting. So Nevada.
I see that.
No, we're gonna have to wait on Nevada for a while. So
yeah, if they call Florida, what did he needed a clean sweep of Florida, North Carolina, and Ohio, right? And he might have it.
Yeah. Well, he's got Ohio, he's got Florida. So I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's not looking good for right now. It's not looking good, but I'm a holdout hope. Okay.
I mean, I thought this would be more Clinton tilted, and I was gonna say it's still not looking good if she's in the lead, but yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
What's that about the vote being rigged against Donald Trump? What's that?
It's all rigged. Well, I mean, there was a computer glitch issue in one of the black counties in North Carolina, and they did extend voting there because of the issue, but.
Sure.
But there was an issue, and I don't know if you know this, but black people in North Carolina vote tremendously for Trump. So that's not true.
Yeah. See, that's why I didn't know that.
Exactly. Oh my God. I'm looking at the counties that are just coming in Michigan, and Trump I think they're red counties.
Yeah, I'm looking at the electoral map right now, and I'm surprised Grand Rapids is fully Donald Trump, which is it's one of our bigger urban centers too. So it's certainly not Detroit, and a lot of the areas around Detroit obviously went blue, but pretty much the rest of the state red.
The Dow Jones, by the way, dropped 600 points.
Oh, you know what? I talked about this earlier. See, Wall Street wants Hillary Clinton to win. Okay. I know, big shocker there, right? They want her to win the presidency, but they want Republicans to win the Congress. Why? Because, well, right now they're doing really well for themselves. They want a stalemate. They want stagnation. They don't want anything to change.
Sorry to interrupt, but something else has been called for Clinton. She's now 190. It's probably one of the. Oh, it's California. That's what it was. Sorry. Carry on.
Yeah, California. So, and by the way, we already knew that the whole big surprise, right? California to go to Hillary Clinton. But anyway, that does bring her up on the totals.
Yeah.
But still, we're really focusing on the swing states.
Yep.
Yeah.
And speaking of Congress, by the way, you've got the Senate, which is 43 seats to 46. So you've got Republicans ahead, and in the House, you also have Republicans leading with a majority right now. So in a lot of the races, and I was checking into New York District 19, where Zephyr Teachout is running against John Faso. That's not good either.
Joe's down by 6, isn't it? Right.
I just caught by the way the California projection. They did the countdown to when it closed, NBC, and literally projected it 1 second after it closed.
But what I was saying about Wall Street being in favor of Clinton, they don't want any change. So that explains. I mean, when you see Donald Trump doing pretty well in a lot of these swing states where he might actually win and has a pretty good shot at being the president, and the Republicans having a pretty good shot at picking up both the House and the Senate, you're going to see that plummet those short-term futures because they're like, oh shit. First of all, Donald Trump is a wild card, so we don't know what he's going to do. And this is according to people on Wall Street. We have no idea what he's going to do. Yes, it's going to fall short-term, and it might recover. We'll see. As I said, we don't know what's going to happen, but we know that it's not going to be status quo. Now, a lot of you sitting at home might be like, oh, yeah, it's not going to be a status quo. That's great. Well, just
status
because
quo just means things stay the same.
Right.
That means things can change up or down.
Yeah, you could change for the good. You could also change for the really, really bad. So that's what we're going to get with Donald Trump.
Arizona, Trump is in the lead. Too early to call. 49-46.
All right.
But what I was going to say is Dan brought up the Brexit earlier, right? And I remember there was that speech that Michael Moore gave that kind of made me like lose my mind, where he said that Trump supporters Trump voters were terrorists, basically. And it was like, dude, you're the one who made a movie called Fahrenheit 9/11, where you said you were afraid that Bush was going to do this. But in that speech that Moore gave, he said that the Brexit voters were regretting it. And I looked at the polling, and after like 3 months of nonstop like media saying this is terrible, this is terrible, this is terrible, only 6% of the Brexit voters regret it. I feel like with Trump, if he wins, we're gonna be in December or January, like before he's sworn in, and that number is gonna be like 15%. Like of his voters that will regret it, not of because obviously everybody who's
gonna win
if he wins is what I'm saying.
But that's the whole Brexit thing, though. A lot of people were like, I didn't think it was going to win.
And by the way, they painted Brexit as a racist, xenophobic thing, but for a lot of people in the United Kingdom, it really wasn't.
No, for a lot of people in the United Kingdom, what it was about was being tethered to the EU. I mean,
okay, hold on. Whoa. Yes, whoa. You're not going to sit here with. Yes, we're not going to talk about how this is not about racism. I will flip.
Yes, we are.
I will flip the switch of this live stream.
We are.
It was not exclusively about.
I'm not saying it isn't. What I'm saying is, for a lot of Brexit voters, they felt that the EU wasn't representing their interests, not just with regard to immigration, but with everything else, with the monetary policy and with bureaucracy. There's a lot of hatred there. And Europe in general has had a huge hatred throughout.
That is not why that vote happened. That is not what they promoted. That's why they're talking about looking at those folks and actually prosecuting some of them for lying outright. So, like, there's a ton of issues with that, but let's not go too down into the weeds in that and tell me that it's some sort of, random. Like, you really think that people understand the EU's economic structure?
No,
that's who voted for that. No. People who followed Nigel Farage actually were like, you know what? It's really about the inner depth of economic policy.
Nigel and others painted it as a nationalistic campaign, not as hurrah, Britain's the best, but as, hey, our nation's not being represented. And I don't think it's true. I don't think what he's done is correct. Nonetheless, it was an effective campaign, and one you can do without necessarily stoking it in, fuck these brown people.
Yeah, and to be...
But they did stoke it in that, so don't, like, this
No, not entirely. No, they did not do it entirely. I'm not disputing that they did as well. I'm saying it's not all Brexit was.
Donald Trump is projected to win North Carolina. I'm not saying that it was only I'm not saying that it was only about. No, North Carolina was supposed to be a swing. So, but I'm not saying that it wasn't about partially about immigration, xenophobia, and racism. But what I'm saying is, probably the majority feeling wasn't. And a lot of people were told that they were racist or whatever because they felt like being in the EU didn't represent their interests, right? And we're seeing this a lot with Trump supporters. They don't feel like the slogan for Hillary is "I'm with her." Well, they don't feel like Hillary's for them. They didn't feel like the EU was for them, and
I don't think the situations are similar though. That's what I'm trying to say. Like I really don't think the two.
We agree.
I actually don't. I think that Donald Trump as a person is less complicatedly bad than what leaving the EU. But my point is that people felt like their interests weren't being represented, and then the attack against them was that they were being racist, they were being xenophobic, and a lot of people didn't feel like they were doing that. So this is the result you have, and that's the link. Is there are Trump supporters who feel like everything is being called racist, everything is being called sexist or whatever, and they feel like they're being called that when they don't feel inside that they are that person.
And it casts a wide net, which then lets those actual racist people
not letting you do not gamergate this conversation.
No, I'm not gamergating this. I'm saying no. I'm not gamergating this. What I'm saying is that casts a wide net so that you have people who literally say there's nothing wrong with wanting to maintain an ethnic majority in your country. That's an actual tweet that was tweeted at me when I was like, oh God, Hillary's doing a speech about the alt-right. Casting a large net tends to have that effect of convoluting who is genuinely bad, like those guys, and people who really just don't feel like their interests are being represented and they're being told they're horrible people by this one group. That's all. And it's not even necessarily that the one group is wrong entirely to say that look, some of these reviews you have aren't the greatest. But what's lacking, and where I think you were right, Dan, this goes back to something you said earlier about a certain smugness among some liberals, is that there's an effort to say, no, this is bad, rather than, okay, how do you feel that they aren't representing your interests? Let's go over the issues. How? Let's actually talk about this more versus, and don't get me wrong, they're trying, and I get it's complex, but there's a tendency among, especially, and clickbait is, I think, a huge perpetrator of this, to just go with the sensationalistic, horrible, this is terrible, and you're terrible, you should feel bad sort of thing.
Listen, I get the problem I have with all these things is that there's a correlation that's seemingly being drawn here that I just don't think works. So, for example, there are two separate thoughts at the same time that I think are true. One is the media definitely uses the division of people, whether it is race or sex, to drive clicks because they are drowning and they're losing their jobs and newspapers are hanging by a thread. So I think we're in a dangerous time for information. At the same time, the things that are rising, like Facebook and BuzzFeed, are using native advertising. You have to be such more of a savvy person, and you have to invest more time into media to get the best out of it, and people aren't willing to do that, and we end up with your aunt not getting things, like vaccines. And so that's one problem. The other problem is that you're having a generational shift, and a lot of these things that get stoked up by an older writing staff, I think, just fall into what we would have called in the 60s and 70s as the new left. The Archie Bunker is happening now. When I hear Chris Rock and Jerry Seinfeld and all these comics from 30 years ago, they're in the same place that a Groucho Marx was in the 70s. I don't get why these comics are cursing. It's I don't get these soft comics. You want to make clever jokes and not just make shock jokes. Well, it's yeah, because we've heard it for 35 years. You're old. And so there's that non-willingness, I think, in a lot of cases to just realize the culture is shifting. That all being said has nothing to do with Donald Trump tonight. He is legitimately racist. He actually said, and the people at these rallies are legitimately racist. This man stood up and said the president was that's how he got a national stage. So the idea, Nigel Farage is 100% in that same boat. And those were the leaders of these things. So to turn around and say these people are stupid and they're sheep or whatever, and then at the same time turn around and then be but they probably thought it was economic policy of Wall Street and the EU. I don't buy into it. I don't think they understand.
Where I draw the distinction is between Trump's actions and his supporters, right? Because I'm sorry, I don't believe that 50, whatever, if he wins 51%, I'm literally looking at the board, it says 51% in a state for Trump. I don't believe that 51% of the country is racist. Like I don't believe that.
Okay, let me add in my white working class voice here. Look, I think both of you make good points, and what I want to add in is that, look, Dan, they don't necessarily have to know about policy, the specifics of the policy, to be angry, and to see the effects on them, right? And
Tea Party. Wait, hold on. We were all on the left. Sorry to interrupt you. I will let you. I'm just. It frustrates me though because we all made the same exact argument against the Tea Party, literally 4 years ago, and now all of a sudden we're like, oh wait, maybe it was the same thing then too. Those people didn't care. You elected a black president, and white supremacist groups have shot through the roof. Like somebody's got to start talking about this stuff and not just be like, oh, well, some old people are, they've had a hard life. Like old people, quote unquote, old people collecting. We're at Woodstock. Like they don't get the pass. This isn't like, you know what I mean? Like these people were Forrest Gump.
Dan, I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing any of that either. But my point is, there's a tendency that with the uptake of some of these groups and these bad people, to lump in what are nominally not bad ideas or bad people with them. There's again a tendency to cast the net a little bit too wide, and that angers some of those people. And those people, as we're seeing tonight, they are of some percentage. I think they represent some percentage, enough to possibly swing an election.
But
in an election where we have such
do you guys remember? Do you guys remember? Like speaking of casting a wide net, I'm just going to give you an example. It's going to be a weird example, but I think it goes to my point, right? Like the Clinton campaign this year decided that the Pepe the Frog meme was a white supremacist meme, and like that meme's been on the internet for 10 years and people have been using, like everybody like watching us probably understands how memes work.
And there's a caveat in there. There's a caveat in there. I mean,
but hold on.
Okay,
but
go ahead.
But people understand that memes are templates, and you put you put something stupid like that next to whatever, and it's a reaction thing. But the Clinton campaign said that was a white supremacist meme. If you use it, you're a white supremacist. And like, if you're an average voter, like, or an average person who, knows about internet culture, but doesn't really you're not really following politics. And one candidate out of nowhere calls you a white supremacist, and they do a segment on MSNBC about how this is a white supremacist symbol. And you're not a white supremacist, like that makes you angry. And then you go, like, you're like naturally going to go to the other side. So there's overuse.
Hold on a
That's
second.
just one example. There's an overuse of like these terms.
Let me just say let me say something here.
There are racists that support Trump, but like you're smearing an entire portion of this country.
Let me hold on. No.
We gotta talk about that meme. No, you can't throw that out.
No, I'm talking about the meme. Dan, give me a sec. What I wanted to say is, what was it? The Anti-Defamation League, the people who really listed it as a hate symbol, and this is, I think, an important caveat. One of the main things I noticed in the article for the Pepe thing, and I think this is important to remember, is that while they listed as a hate symbol, they say the vast majority of users are not bigoted and don't use it in a bigoted way. And I do think that's an important distinction to make too, and why I think actually the Pepe meme thing was a little overblown, because they said right in it, look, we get most people who use this aren't actually bad people. We get that, but it's morphed into this, and I think there's some room for debate there. But I thought generally it was a lot more nuanced on the fence than I think either side made out to be.
The ADL was nuanced, and in the Clinton website, there was nuance in there. But you're still saying this is a hate symbol, right? And it's like things like that just get encapsulated like into it. Like my feeling is with the terms racist, sexist, and all that, when you start encapsulating things under that banner and you keep expanding it, it starts to become meaningless. So people become inoculated to it. So instead of saying Trump is racist, because listen to the way he speaks about immigrants or Muslims, or even though Islam is not a race. But
or
you
the
get,
fact
you get
that
my
he
point.
thought a judge couldn't be an impartial arbiter of his trial because he happened to be Latino, even though he was born in the United States and had no connection to people whatsoever.
But instead of like, look, this is racist. Like, people think like, well, that's racist, but also this stupid frog is racist. So like, I guess everything's like, you make it a wash for the average person, and the average person does not like
that frog is racist. So stop. Like, I'm sorry. No, it is. And
I'm curious about what you're taking on
this. The same way that any other symbol evolves over time, the same way that the Confederate flag for some people, the same way that the Nazi symbol, when a swastika, then that gets confused, the same way that when you actually take a meme that was humorous in its tone or serious and then becomes ironic, culture evolves the same way the N-word evolved in a certain way. Like, this is not a stagnant thing you're talking about. But what I'm trying to get at here is I don't want to have this conversation tonight because you can't tell me that he's not racist. This is on the table.
And we're not saying he is.
But I don't want to have but when you start having a nuanced conversation here, it's giving cover to these people.
I'm not giving cover. I'm saying
having a nuanced conversation doesn't
call out the actual people. But when you start blanketing, like you just said it, like we talked about, go read the ADL article. If you read it, there's nuance in there. Even they say most of the racist,
most of the users of the meme are not bigoted
but the thing is
but that's not how PR works, gang. That's not how it works.
Wait, that's not how what works? Sorry,
that's not how PR works.
Oh yeah, no, we're not saying this.
Marketing works.
Yeah, no, I get that.
But people feel like they're being cast in this net, and I get.
Go wear a Cosby sweater and see what happens.
Go read Donald Trump's article on the Central Park 5, and it should tell you all you need to know.
Yeah. So let's just focus on that. Let's get back to the core of like how do we, because Jeff's got an interesting point.
I'm trying to talk about the supporters, and I'll let Jeff go because like it's his show.
Go ahead, Sean or Jeff.
North Carolina's been called for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't know if you've seen that already, but there it is. I kind of forgot my point. White working class point. I was talking about the anger that I think regular people feel. And the thing is that they don't know the specifics about it. I think a lot of this anger is misdirected that you're having. Yes, there's definitely a contingent of Trump supporters that fits in the deplorable basket. No doubt. Right. You've got those, and they do influence other people. But then there are just a lot of people who are just angry because what they're seeing is a system that's not working for them. There are some of those people who did vote for Bernie Sanders. There are some of those people who did think, hey, I'm going to go for the guy who's challenging the status quo because I think, we can do something different. And they don't know a lot about the policies that are coming out of Donald Trump because he's intentionally vague, because he doesn't have specific policies.
And he switches a lot of his positions repeatedly.
Yeah,
so that also didn't help because it made people think, well, if he switches everything constantly, except he doesn't switch everything constantly. He switches some things, but not everything.
Yeah, but then
it makes people think that if he can switch all the time on that, so what can't he switch on the bad things too? And
but there's also a contingent of people that don't pay attention to the news all the time because they're working 2 to 3 uniquely American jobs that don't see a lot of this stuff, and then gets to see, oh well, Donald Trump, he's a celebrity, he's a businessman. They don't know his record of failed business because they don't have that information that's coming through to them. All you hear and also, for example, is how Trump is racist, Trump is bad, right? Yes, we know that. But you're not focusing on those policy positions, and you're not telling us exactly why.
And that's I think the crux is there was too much of attention on Trump is bad and less attention on
why
Trump is bad and how will that affect you if he's president.
Two quick points.
So we're missing a lot of information in this entire thing. We're not getting it all. The people are not getting all the information because the media is absolutely abysmal. They've covered this absolutely terribly. And I know it's a continuous trope for us to go and blame the media, but I really do think they dropped the ball on this because, as I said, you turn on MSNBC, you turn on CNN, they're talking about how bad Trump is. Okay, he's bad. He's bad. Tell us exactly why he's bad. Tell us how his policies affect us. Tell us how his policies are going to affect the world.
Yeah, the undecided voter has heard how bad Trump is for more than a year now. What he needs to know is how that bad translates into what it's like if that bad person is commander-in-chief. And talk about how his tax policy is complete and utter garbage. Talk about how removing the lines between the states doesn't mean anything, and if anything, it'll just drive all the fucking companies to one state with the lowest taxes and screw everybody else over.
Or the lowest,
or talk about the fact that he's talking about pulling out of NATO and how grossly destabilizing that would be to the world.
The feeling
that was my moment. That was sorry, Sean. That was my moment where I was like, there's nothing Trump can say to me now that will make me think, well, maybe he's such a wild card, it'll be okay. That was my moment. The racism and everything was horrible, and I understood that, but I thought maybe with a good cabinet, maybe this would be sustained. The minute he started talking about, now I'm also going to possibly jeopardize global security by talking about renegotiating NATO, that was my moment where I was like, no, I can't support that. That is completely.
I'm going to hold on for 1 second because I'm going to jump back on Twitter here and finish the night out. I want to leave it at this for me. If you can look at this tonight and you want to make, I'm not saying you on this panel, I'm just saying the people that watch it. If you don't see that this is a huge cry for help, if you don't see that the people that aren't on this panel, the people that aren't somehow in Occupy, the folks that somehow didn't make it into the Bernie Sanders movement, if you don't think there's a race problem in this country, in all of our countries, if you don't think there's a xenophobia problem, if you don't see this as the #1 solution, if you look at a man who stands up in front of a crowd of people and says things that are racist, and your thought process can go, I might be able to accept that, you know, or maybe there's this other thing, then we have a problem. You shouldn't accept that. That shouldn't be the thing. And we actually have to have this conversation. Obviously, we tried to pretend that when Obama was in office, it was okay. Canada's trying to pretend that Trudeau's in office, it's okay. Britain was trying to pretend for years everything was fine. It's not fine. There's a generation of white folks that have got old and they're dragging us in the muck. And there's a generation of millennials who are being seduced by some of this stuff. It's dangerous. It's scary. And it's not about a messaging conversation. It's not about reframing one thing. This culture is racist. And there's issues with it. And I get that you're angry about the way things are marketed. And I get that journalism messes it all up with clickbait. But there are deeper things here. And there are racists in your community, and we saw it tonight. It's, should you paint this with a big brush and not actually delve into why did the left ignore unions? Why did the left ignore working class? No, but we also have to understand that in historical terms, when we look back at these societies, we don't spend, you know, hours upon hours about talking about, well, Germany was pushing loaves of bread down the street. That makes it okay. It's not okay.
Right.
And this is always how these things happen.
Yes.
And I'm back on social. So enjoy your night. And thanks for everybody who supported us today on the live streams and stuff. And we'll be back to talk to you guys soon. I'm going to finish out the night and try to give people some insight on the old social media, though.
All right. Take care, Dan. It was good to talk to you again, buddy.
You too, guys.
It's always nice to speak to you, Dan.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can always catch Dan, of course, on our channel, TYT Nation, usually running our socials. So, but yeah. No, it's yes, like America does have an absolutely huge race problem. When we point this out too, it's kind of funny. There are a lot of right wingers, I assume, that go and say, no, you're bringing this up. You're race hustling, and it's like, no, we're actually trying to point out an issue, and we're trying to point out how this ties into the politics of today, and it does tie into the Trump campaign. There is a lot of racism in that campaign, as well as a lot of anger. And so, you know, it's a lot more of a nuanced conversation than I think a lot of people like to have. Makeup in the demographic of people who support Trump, because I don't believe that they're all racists. I don't believe that they're all sexist, but I do believe that a lot of them, that all of them are misinformed to a very large degree. And there's a lot of anger, of course, towards Hillary Clinton, which I believe is understandable, especially if you know a lot about Hillary Clinton. And of course, there's some anger against Hillary Clinton that is unjustified as well, that is built on 30 years of smears and conspiracy theories.
Right. but I do want to add that like there's I have most of my friends are non-political friends, so like
Sure.
I'm trying to like encapsulate like what they know from not really paying attention, and I feel like I respect Dan and I respect his position, but his sign off is part of the reason why people are turning to Trump, because they don't feel like they themselves are racist, but they feel like they're being called racist. Like he's like the culture is racist, and like people don't like to hear that. And like whether or not you agree that that's true, you have to understand that like sometimes when we're saying something as people who are involved in politics, people are hearing something different. And like one of the examples I want to go to, because why not hit all the controversial subjects?
Before we do, can I just say,
Sure.
I want to give, I mean, these are based on CNN's numbers, so keep in mind, I want to give a few updates. Michigan, Trump is 47.7, Clinton 47.2. So Michigan has tightened. Michigan has tightened significantly. It is now just a 0.5% lead currently. Nevada, Clinton is up and holding, it looks like, with, according to CNN, 50% in. New Hampshire, Trump is up by 2%. Georgia, he's up by 10.5, which is actually kind of surprising because it was like 15% earlier. So for some reason, Georgia's, it's not going to come close, but it's somewhat narrowed slightly.
Atlanta had not come in earlier.
Yeah.
That's why.
Oh, that's what that is. Oh, okay, that's Atlanta. Yeah, so I don't know if Clinton holds Nevada, if she manages to take Michigan, and she holds Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is narrowing too. That's a 1.5% lead for Clinton at the moment.
I mean, I've been talking a lot of shit about how she's not going to lose Pennsylvania. So if she fucking loses that state, then I might have
to be significant.
I might have to sign the fuck off.
Well, if she loses too, I mean, like this, I don't know. I keep feeling like this election should have been a slam dunk.
Yes,
and
should have.
It should have been a slam dunk, but leave it to Clinton to do all the wrong things. Also, leave it to
look. Here's my reason, and I want to stay on this. I want to horribly stay on this race issue for a second. If Bernie Sanders was up against Trump, all the polling indicates that he would be clobbering him, right?
Yes.
So like,
because it takes away that what we talked about with Trump's ending message. It takes away that biggest underlying point he had, which is that the establishment's corrupt. Because you have another candidate who's up there who goes, "Yeah, I agree, but you're an idiot." So
like my point is that like the swing, right? The swing from Trump to Bernie is a lot of people who feel like they just feel like the establishment, and Clinton represents the establishment, is not for them, right?
Right.
And like I think that like when we call that, when we blanketly say all of that is racism, then you hurt people, and like you make people angry and vote angrily, and you're also dismissing like a large portion of what people actually vote on. They don't feel like Hillary Clinton is for them. And like there is a reason for that. And there was I just want to
briefly touch and say that, yeah, you're right. And that when you do that and make it seem like they're terrible people, you make the opponent seem like, I told you they weren't going to listen to you and pay attention to your interests, and you didn't.
Also, so, it's pretty obvious. It's also pretty obvious that Hillary Clinton isn't for them. I mean, I keep saying it. I keep pointing it out in the show where she is disconnected from regular people. Now, that's not to say that Trump is more connected to regular people. This guy's also a billionaire. He just happens to be or supposed billionaire. Sorry. He happens to just be incredibly crass. And for some reason that does resonate because, hey, at least he sounds like a regular person, a mildly disadvantaged mentally person, but nonetheless, he sounds like a person that you could actually maybe be able to relate with. And I'm sorry, I probably just offended people with special needs, and I didn't mean to do that.
But let's also just briefly mention the fact that, I mean, there is a bit of a disconnect with the media, and I think it's global. And I don't necessarily think it's just like, say, clickbait and stuff. I think there's it's very likely a politics thing too, a right and left politics thing. For example, Germany has, what is it, 2 million migrants in it now at the moment, on refugee status, around that, Sean. From, you don't really hear much about that, say from the, well, at least now maybe you do, and just no one's looking for them and sharing them. You don't really hear much about how that's going in Germany from places like The Guardian. But from other sources from Europe, you hear, Jesus Christ, people are being raped all over the place. It's a horrible, there's consistent assaults. Police aren't turning a blind eye because they don't want to be perceived as racist. And whether or not that's true, there's a distinct gap between political leanings of outlets that are saying this and political leanings of outlets that aren't. There's a very clear left-right divide there. And when we muck up the waters by then having left-wing outlets say, oh, you're a horrible person if you support this or you think this, and I don't care if you landed a comment on the moon, your shirt is hurting women and it's sexist and horrible, you make people feel like they don't know which outlet to trust and which of those two sides is actually true. Well, and I think that's a significant problem, and I don't think it's one that's very easily rectified either. And I don't think it's just these bad outlets. I think it's also a systemic problem in the media. These are all supporting factors for Trump, though. They're not the main reason, though, I will say.
And there's also a difference. There's also just a difference in experience. Like, I was on a show like a couple weeks ago talking about how the economic recovery, not only is tilted towards the rich, which we all know, but is also tilted towards more urban areas as opposed to more rural areas. So like when the Trump supporter says, I didn't see the recovery, and we know that it's statistically like demonstrable, just because it's statistically demonstrable doesn't mean that they're feeling it. And like that kind of translates to an issue like immigration, right? Like statistically, immigrants, whether they come here legally or undocumented, are less likely to commit crimes than your average citizen, right? Like we know this from like stats to be true. However, when somebody sees that an undocumented immigrant commits a crime or a murder or whatever, there's this like gut feeling that they have, and the same thing could happen with a refugee, that's a crime that could have been prevented in a way that a citizen's crime couldn't. So like where you have to, like, I spent a lot of time in this election cycle like listening to specifically like left-leaning media, right-leaning media, Trump-leaning media, and Hillary-leaning media. Like, and I intentionally did that because I want to understand where people are coming from. And there's this like, there's macro objective like facts and statistics, but a lot of people vote on the micro, what they see in their area and what they feel. Like, I'd say most people vote on what they feel, and I feel like the Trump phenomenon, and if he ends up winning, is rooted in this localized feeling. And it's not like I don't believe that the entire country or like a majority of the country is white supremacist or racist or whatever. I just think that they're seeing things, like some of them definitely are, like, I'm not going to make any excuses. Like, you can follow them online and figure out that some of them definitely are, but I feel like they see and they feel things differently than somebody who lives in New York City, like me, for instance.
I think Dan made a point earlier, and now he's not here, obviously, but he made a point that we're finding out that most of the country doesn't share our values. I actually disagree with that. I think the country is, when you go issue by issue, is far more progressive than a lot of people think. And as I said, when you break it down issue by issue, do you think people should have health care? Do you think that people, or that corporations shouldn't be given special treatment or given taxes?
Florida has been called for Trump.
Florida has already been called for Trump. I think I called that earlier.
I know, but it's been called on NBC. So
okay. Yeah, I forget. We're getting completely different like results because of the different sources that we're using. Hey, we're trying to we're trying to get different perspectives here, I guess. on who calls what. But what I was saying, and I actually don't remember what I was saying. I hate it when that happens. I've been on the air for too long.
You were talking about that you don't believe we have different values because by polling, people are progressive.
They're more progressive. I mean, you've got most of the country, for example, polled that actually believes that there should be a higher minimum wage. Not necessarily the $15, but I think a lot of people, like the higher that it tends to go, the less people are interested in supporting it. Like, for example, you had 10-10, you had somewhere around 70% of the country in certain polls that were saying, yeah, let's raise it to 10-10, which was Obama's first idea. Then there was like 1270, which about 60% of the country. And then you had $15, which was a little less than half of the country that were in favor of it. And look, keep in mind that this is an older poll. This was a pre-Bernie Sanders poll. So those numbers could be a little bit higher. So when you break it down issue by issue, especially when it has to do with governmental corruption and money in politics, you find that the country is far more progressive than we give it credit for. And I think that's one of the things Donald Trump did successfully do, although he didn't do it quite enough. Now, it might be enough for him to win. Don't get me wrong, because he still has a really good chance. But something that he could clobber Hillary Clinton over the head with is the fact that she does accept big money from giant donors, lots and lots of money. Now, Donald Trump also accepts money from donors. Don't get me wrong. Just not as much, because there aren't as much people who are interested in giving money to him. But if it were there, I think he would accept it. And it goes to that whole, hey, I don't like people that are corrupting my politicians. I want them to listen to me. That's why I vote for them. I don't want somebody else giving them money and influencing their vote. And that resonates with a lot of people. And that's something that Donald Trump did use to his advantage, the problem of corruption. Right. So, and he could have used it better, and he could have definitely, blown out Hillary, which he still could win.
Yeah, that was one of his most devastating lines of attack. And
it was something that could have been completely negated by Bernie Sanders, by the way, because Bernie Sanders, as you pointed out, in a debate, the establishment is so corrupt. Bernie Sanders says, yeah, absolutely it is corrupt. Now, what are you going to do to fix it? Because I already have a plan. Do you have a plan?
Right. And Donald Trump had an interesting approach to it, where he was like, yeah, I gave these people money and they did whatever I wanted, right? Which is the way
everybody already knows.
Yeah, but the way he said it kind of put him at like a higher level. Like, he was like, this is the only way to do business. They created this system. Like, he turned what was an apparent weakness into a strength. But Bernie, right? And I'm not a big Bernie guy. Out of like everybody like here, I'm not a big Bernie guy. But Bernie could have done was like, yeah, he's like, but I don't take money from people like you, and so he can exist further outside of that system than Trump, and which is why that was reflected in the polls. And to your minimum wage point, like, people like, and the Republicans do this more than the Democrats. Actually, they tend to overestimate people voting for what they think is their own personal interest. A lot of people vote for what they believe to be the the quote unquote national interest. So when people say that when people are like middle grounding on the minimum wage, they're actually making a decision. And there's an experiment where people give them a form and they ask them what the minimum wage should be at, right? And whatever the amount of options there are, right, they tend to pick something in the middle, like no matter what it is, right? Like, so I saw one where they gave them, like a bunch of stops between, the $10-10, $15, $10-10, $12, $15, $20, and then like $100, right? And almost nobody picked $100, and almost nobody picked, to keep it the same place. They always pick somewhere in between, because people do try and balance out what they think those kind of issues are, even if they themselves might see themselves getting a bigger raise. And like 100 seems ridiculous, but like you get like, I think that people don't vote as selfishly as we believe them to vote.
Well, no, raising the minimum wage is not a selfish vote, though. I mean, yes, you could raise your own wage, but you might also be thinking about, hey, you know what? I think everybody else who works in this industry, for example, my wife, my sister, my brother, my friend who works over at,
Right.
at stocking shelves at Walmart, they work hard. I know them. Unless you have that friend that's kind of a slacker, then you're like, yeah, that guy's lazy. But and we all have that friend. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
slight ray of sunshine. Joe Arpaio lost his re-election bid.
Oh, we'll take it.
That's possible. But
That's
my
okay.
point is like, even if they know that, right, that like that's still considered within their like class self-interest. Even if they know that, they do try and balance that with the perceived consequences for a minimum wage that's set too high, right? So like there is like, because like the obvious is like, oh, I make this amount of money, I could get a bigger raise if I voted for a bigger raise, right? But they don't necessarily think like that, and there is something like they're like Americans aren't as selfish in their voting as we like to pretend they are, and like Jimmy Dore, who's on like the Young Turks main show, always says that people always vote against their own interests. I don't believe that's true either. I just believe that they think that they're voting for what they believe is the like quote unquote national good, and I don't mean in a nationalist sense. I just mean like what they think is the most good for the most people.
And that does happen to be a more progressive position. And it kind of gets back to buttress my original point. Progressive ideas, they do work, even if they're phased in small amounts. And we're talking incrementalism, right? And because that's kind of what voting for $10.10 instead of $15 is. Oh, it's a little bit of a raise. And then if we tie into inflation, it'll be a little bit better. It'll help out some people. So, and that's incrementally getting higher. And then, of course, the next couple of years, they're going to vote to probably raise it again, to 1270 or 1212. So it is one of those things where people are more progressive, even if they're not really thinking we're progressive, and they look at $15 as, ooh, I don't know, that's too much. That might really mess some things up here. And we're hearing everywhere that, it's going to hurt small businesses. And we don't want to do that. We like businesses. We like the mom and pop shop down the street. We don't want to drive them out of business, which isn't necessarily true, because there are ways that you can implement a higher minimum wage, a living wage, without destroying that small business. And we could really get into the policy weeds of this whole minimum wage discussion, as you and I have done, Sean, before. And I think we've come up with a bit of a consensus on this issue before. But the overall point is, yes, Americans are more liberal than we think. It's just that our Congress is not. Congress tends to think that we're far more conservative. In fact, we tend to think that our members of Congress tend to think that people are about as conservative as one of the most conservative counties in like Alabama. Okay, so but we're not there. But yet we continue to get this conservative legislation. We continue to get these kind of free trade deals that are also really terrible, really very, very pro-business. And so look, that's and there's a lot of anger about that, and that partly does fuel Donald Trump, just like some of that partly fueled Brexit as well.
Right. And by the way, the trade deals, I actually don't have like the same position as you, but I think this is another case of statistics going one way, saying that it's a net positive, but the people who actually like lose jobs or whatever, like that feeling, that sentiment is stronger, right? So like NAFTA, like I remember Bernie Sanders gave a speech where he said NAFTA, I'm gonna sound like Trump because I don't remember word for word. But he's like, NAFTA destroyed the middle class, and like it shipped our jobs overseas, and it made everybody poorer, right? But if you look at the like global poverty from whenever it was passed, I think it was 95, like to today, it's not like poverty's been decreasing. So like, but there is that feeling if you're in a town that had your job shipped out like easier under NAFTA,
I've had family. I worked at a shop that was shipped down to Mexico, and there was so much anger when it was announced. Hey, we're moving your jobs to Mexico. Well, yeah, fuck you. You know,
Right.
there was naturally a lot of anger. A lot of people were really dependent on those jobs, and the town that plant left. You know, I was from that town. I've lived in that town, and had family in that town,
Right.
and it has not recovered.
And that's the scene that's the scene versus the unseen. Like overall, the economic numbers were great under the Clinton years, but like if your town got hurt, you know, by a policy, like you felt the negative impact, like
Sure.
you took that with you. And there's a lot of towns like that. There's a lot of negative aspects of our trade deals like that are undeniable, but there are positives that we don't even notice. Like not having tariffs on electronics is part of what makes it easier for all of us to like broadcast. Like there's give and take, but when you give a lot and you see what you're giving and you don't realize what you're taking in, like that's a tangible thing. And trade is one of those issues that Trump, I mean, it's one of the few things he's been consistent on, because if you go look at if you look at his statements, he thinks in the 80s, he thinks the Japanese are ruining this country. And like, if it literally just shifts who's doing it, right? But it's one of the issues that he's been consistent on. And it's one of the issues, like Hillary called the TPP the gold standard, right? Like it was the one thing that Trump said that the fact checkers were like, yeah, that's 100% true, right? When Hillary denied it in the debate, right? Like we know that she's not for it's not only that she's not for changing the TPP to make it like, it's not only that she's not against the TPP, but she's not in favor of making substantial changes to make it better for a better deal for the American people. Like,
yeah. So I have some bad news. I know the last call that you made supposed to brighten up the day. This is going to darken it. The Republican in New York's 19th district won. This is John Faso versus Zephyr Teachout, who was one of the Bernie Sanders backed candidates. He won 52-48. So that is a big blow for against the Bernie, against the political revolution.
Razor thin.
I'm fairly sure Democratic affiliation would have cost 4%. Yep. With everything that went on in the DNC. Yeah.
Well, Bernie hurt his own brand too by endorsing Hillary, and I realize his reasons are all sensible and logical and all that. But when you're a candidate that stirs up such emotion, and it looks like you got cheated, and then it proves that out, like it didn't help him that it came out that the DNC was like conspiring against him. Because he looks like a dog. He looks like he was dogged out by the party and he's come back home. Like, so like that unfortunately, like, you know, his name doesn't have the weight that it would have had. If he was the presidential candidate, I would be predicting big victories in the House.
God, yes.
And speaking of the House, Republicans 205, Democrats 144. So the House is right now is looking to be a blowout. The Senate's a lot closer. Republicans at 48, Democrats 46. So it's not looking good.
Do you know where the other races are? Because we can hash those out right now, whether or not the Democrats have a chance.
This is looking like the Democrats are gonna I might as well fucking lay down and die.
They pretty much got. I mean, they're getting destroyed. And I really think that this is a loss of their own making. They did everything wrong. They cheated Bernie Sanders, and that's one of the biggest issues. They cheated as many progressives as they could out of their races. And what's going to happen when you put Republican against center left people, or even center right Democrats that are blue dogs? Well, the Republican's going to win.
Yeah, no one likes blue dogs. Nobody likes blue dogs.
And also, you had no excitement for liberals to come out and vote. No excitement for progressives. They didn't even show up for Jill Stein. A lot of them. Jill Stein is probably getting. Yeah, she's like 0.9% of the vote. So she, you know, a lot of people didn't show up for her. A lot of people did not. Most people did not show up for Clinton. There was no excitement among progressives, and that right there lays at the feet of the DNC and
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton.
And yeah, and it's not looking good for the blue team.
No.
And this election does show how much of a team mentality there is in elections. And you know, I talked to somebody earlier today. I was talking about, you know, that sort of mentality, and you know, there's an idea, and maybe I should probably check in this ballot initiative too, the next time that somebody else decides to talk. Is that we need ranked choice voting. We need instant runoffs in order to get people excited to come out and vote. And even if their first choice doesn't win, the second choice will. And so these people can actually vote for their conscience and not have it fall to Donald Trump. So it actually, I think, would excite people to go out and vote because their vote would actually matter.
Yeah, I just got to jump in and say I got a bow out.
They have that in Minnesota, by the
way. Sean, I just wanted to say I got a bow out for the night. Thanks for doing this, and it was good to talk to all of you again. And hopefully this happens again. See ya.
Be safe.
See you guys moving to Canada.
All right, so we've got some races. I'm looking at some of these races. In Alaska, there's no results yet. But some of the races, Louisiana, John Kennedy, the Republican, leading, obviously. Missouri, Roy Blunt, leading. New Hampshire, Kelly Ayotte, leading. In Pennsylvania, you've got Katie McGinty, he's a Democrat, leading. And so it looks like the Senate is going to go to a Republican majority. So,
I didn't want, like, the thing that I didn't want as somebody who's not a Republican or a Democrat was a united government. Like, I wanted it somewhat split. So if Trump wins, this is like, it all of a sudden does become my nightmare scenario. And by the way, you know what's even worse? All those people who ignored the polls the whole time and said, oh, it was rigged against Donald Trump or whatever. Like, seeing them take a victory lap and
I know. And that's going to be one of the most frustrating things. Oh, it's rigged against Clinton. It's so rigged. It's so, you know, they're going to try and rig it against us. Does it look rigged to you?
Yeah.
You're winning.
And it's not only that, like, I'm about to make it worse, right? Because I'm not going to leave, by the way. I'm going to take a 5-minute break because I drank some stuff and that needs to filter through me. But to make it worse, and I guess this is the thought I'm going to leave you guys with for a little break, is that Giuliani, Chris Christie, like guys like John Bolt, like the guys that the Republicans that have like hitched themselves to Trump, the Republicans that jumped on that are on the top deck of that Titanic are probably going to make it if he wins. Like they're not only going to make it if he wins, they're going to be like, you know, in major departments making major decisions.
God, Trump cabinet, Jesus Christ, man. Like, Trump cabinet, Trump Supreme Court, Trump, you know, Congress. For the next 30 years, we're fucked.
No, you see, the court thing, I'm not crazy worried about because I feel like any of the justices that he nominated are like generic Republican justices. I actually feel like you have a better chance of him accidentally nominating a pro-choice justice because there's evidence in Trump's life that he doesn't really give a shit about that, right? He's flipped on it. So like,
but we're having, you know, definitely a more pro-corporate judge. Yeah. Although you could argue that Hillary Clinton would do essentially the same thing,
right?
Oh, what, he's pro-choice, but also super pro-corporate. So either way, and
with Scalia's passing, Roe v. Wade is not in danger. It only becomes in danger if one of the 4 liberals or Kennedy steps down or passes. So like the court, I'm actually less worried about than the cabinet and the Republican majority, and in both houses, this idea that, because there's some people who are in the conservative movement, which I'm not a part of, that believe that Republicans will stand up to Trump. Like Republicans didn't stand up to George Bush when he was doing all kinds of crazy shit.
Yeah, and here's the other thing too. There's a strain of thought where progressives are are going to, rally against Donald Trump and a Trump presidency, and that's going to stop him from doing crazy stuff. No, it's not.
2018 is a massacre for the Democrats waiting to happen.
Yeah, and what happened when George Bush was elected? Was there a big progressive backlash then?
Oh, I remember the wife of the former president legitimized his illegal war with her vote.
Yeah, well, there you go. And so, I mean, look, this is disaster in the waiting, and it all depends on what happens within the next hour, 2 hours.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we really do have a countdown towards doom. I know we started out with this a little bit of a jovial mood, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not feeling that, and I'm sure you're not either.
Honestly, I expected her to win and for me to take like pot shots at you guys for like the night, but no, it's kind of not breaking down that way.
No,
I was already looking for like Hillary like logo letters for like one for like war with the arrow going through it, right? Because she is a very pro-war candidate, but all that fun stuff doesn't seem that much fun right now.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna take a really quick break, like 2-3 minutes max. We're gonna call in Thomas Reynolds from FYI Nation. He's gonna join us for a little while. We're gonna be all depressed together. So like we need to take like a pee break and get something to drink. So everybody who's watching, stay right here. We'll be right back. So all right. So
yeah.
Let's go to break.
Yeah. All right. Cue the break music.
We don't have break music. We're broke. Literally. All right, everybody. I'm at least back. And I'm going to be looking up some live results here as well. So far, Pennsylvania has not been called. Still, Hillary Clinton has a slight lead in Pennsylvania. Michigan, Donald Trump has a slight lead in Michigan by about 1 point. And we've got about 69% reporting. So it's pretty close. We also have Nevada that's going overwhelmingly for Hillary Clinton, but with only 18% reporting. New Hampshire is 75% reporting. It's going mostly towards Trump it's going by 1 point. And then you have Iowa. Iowa is overwhelmingly Trump right now with 76 reporting. So is it getting close. There was a ballot referendum that I wanted to look at in Minnesota. Let's see. Was it? No, maybe it wasn't Minnesota. There was something about money in politics, but I'm not not exactly certain where that's or what that's about or where to look for it at. I don't know. If you guys see any have any sort of budget or referendums for the ballot measures that you're interested in looking up the results, I mean, let me know and I'll find them and I'll talk about them because there's a lot that's going on here in a lot of these different states. So let me go through and I've already reported on Florida. So that's all the ballot measures there. The ones that we didn't want to win didn't. So that's good. The solar amendment. We also have, so let me look at some of the California ballot measures as well while we wait for Sean. Oh, look at that. Proposition 64, California, they just legalized marijuana. It won by 56% of the vote. So if you are in California, you're going to have a good night. Even if Donald Trump wins, you might be actually too high to really give a crap. That is until you come off your high. So, and then it's going to be an absolute disaster. But that's kind of where we're at here. So with that ballot initiative. So good news for marijuana in California. There's also good news in
Yeah, California. I'm just joining you.
Yeah, California. Oh, hey, I noticed I see your mic, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I don't care if it's in the frame.
You did an upgrade.
Oh yeah, no, this is the same mic from before. I have like upgraded cameras from whatever on my own channel that like I haven't been posting on because I don't want to talk about the 2016 election because
nobody wants to talk about it. This is awful.
You see what happens. You see what happens when I get into it on Facebook, and I'm just unhappy with coverage. And I felt like part of my unhappiness was that the media was kind of browbeating Trump so much that it was going to go the other way, and we're heading in that direction.
Yeah, it seems to be going in that direction. There are also, let's see, they didn't really call a lot of the other ones in California. Proposition 58 allows schools to establish non-English only education programs. That passed. So
that's actually surprising.
I don't know if that's a surprise. Isn't there a big Latino population in California?
I know, but it's still like English is still the most common language. It still seems like I would have thought that people would have went in the direction like of more ESL or ELL, whatever they're calling it these days. Like because kids can pick up second languages easier than like adults. So I'm actually surprised by that.
So let's see.
What about condoms and porn? Did that pass?
I was just going to go to the condom one. Let's see.
Are liberals into regulating sex?
Proposition 60, 53% no, 47% yes. But that's
a victory for America.
18% reporting, so it could change. Proposition 59 is probably the most important thing that I think. Recommends California propose an amendment to overturn Citizens United. 54% yes, 46% no. I'm surprised it's that close. Really.
It depends. It depends what counties are reporting in. So,
well, that's true.
What about so you went over pot. What about the death penalty in California? They had a proposition to make it faster and a proposition to get rid of it. So
okay, let me look at this.
I kind of like secretly hope that California votes both to get rid of the death penalty because I believe they're separate propositions and to make it go faster.
Okay. Proposition 62 repeals the death penalty and replaces it with life imprisonment. 54% voted no on that. So that's only 19% reporting. And then you have, what is it? Changes procedures governing state court challenges to death sentences. 51% said yes. So I'm not quite sure.
I'm hoping that like I wanna stress that like the Trump thing is not the end of the world, but the things that kind of like give me less hope are voting to make making the death penalty faster, making it easier for the state to kill people. That's
yeah, I'm not in favor of that either. Iowa also has been called for Trump.
I picked that up. Wisconsin, Michigan are the swings that are up for grabs, and New Hampshire is still too close to call.
Yeah.
If Hillary loses New Hampshire, we might be saying goodnight, Irene.
Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, Michigan. Oh, Pennsylvania is also tied, just to let you know.
Yeah. When I went out, I saw that they were within like 0.2% or something ridiculous like that. So yeah.
And
so the swing state that never swung is going to swing for Trump, possibly.
Possibly. New Hampshire. Yeah, you just mentioned New Hampshire. Wisconsin is definitely leaning Trump. There are 4 points. There's a 4-point difference with 83% reporting. I don't know if she's going to be able to make that up.
Right. Well, on average, the urban counties come in later because it's more densely populated. So there's still a little bit of hope, but I don't know the exact counties that come in. There's a little bit of hope for Hillary. The thing is, I wouldn't be that excited. My demeanor wouldn't be that different if the roles were flipped right now. So. Like when I say there's hope, I mean like when I did my election map, I came out with 269, and I thought that was super funny. And that like apocalyptic scenario is better than this. By the way, they are chanting lock her up in the Trump event, waiting for him to come out.
Of course they are. Yeah, they're Jesus Christ. Fucking Democrats, man. Why would you put a weak candidate like Hillary Clinton? I mean, come on. In an anti-establishment year.
What's crazy is I remember I made a video where I was like the only candidate that Hillary could have beaten besides Jeb Bush, who's terrible, and Bush's name is more tarnished than Clinton. Was Donald Trump, and even that might not be true.
Yeah, I'm just, hey, Jeb Bush, I'm saying,
give me a break.
Come on, man.
Jeez.
Especially after what they did to him.
They're kicking me out the door. You're kicking me out the door.
That's what they did, man.
And by the way, that does not help. The fact that the Bushes have kind of lined up behind Clinton, like Bush Sr. endorsed her, like that does not help because everybody knows they hate the Bushes and they're pretty sure they hate Hillary. So, like that helped Donald Trump. Like distancing himself from the Bush Republican Party helped him.
Also, I'm gonna look up Massachusetts. What is it? Proposition 4. That's also dealing with legalized marijuana. So let's see, Massachusetts Proposition 4. Yes, question 4 actually. Yes, it's at 54%. It has passed. Marijuana legal recreationally in Massachusetts. So, hey, at least it's a good it's a good night for pot.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna need it, so we're gonna need a lot of it. Help ease the pain. You know what I will be looking forward to though, regardless of the election result. Tomorrow's South Park episode.
Oh, that's gonna be good.
In response to it, what's funny is they picked President Garrison to be a stand-in for Trump. So what's gonna happen later when they actually want to make fun of Trump as the president? Like they're gonna have to work that around. It's actually Garrison and Caitlyn Jenner, which is amazing.
Oh. Or yeah, giant douche versus turd sandwich.
Yeah. Well, they've designated Garrison, aka Trump, the douche, and Hillary Clinton the turd sandwich. So
that seems scarily accurate of what's going on. So
it's funny because I remember I was discussing the election with a friend of mine, and I was discussing like voting for shitty bills, like the crime bill. In the 90s, and like Bernie Sanders, by the way, voted for the crime bill, and his reason was that it had good protections for violence against women, right? Sure. And like the analogy I was giving is like, you know, I like pie, but if you take a shit on half the pie, I'm still not taking a slice,
right?
You know I mean, so like that's Hillary Clinton. She's a turd sandwich. Like part of it is perfectly fine sandwich, but like you're not going to close your eyes and take a bite of it.
No.
So
and when you compare Hillary Clinton to Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton comes out to be the better candidate, mostly because she's not a dunce. She's actually incredibly smart, and she's good at actually doing things. She's not good at and unfortunately for us, she does a lot of the wrong things, like votes for terrible wars and such. But she's competent.
Right. Well, my thing that I was getting into it with Dan and it's really like an indictment on the way the media has handled Trump is they kept overusing racist, misogynist, and all that when they should have focused on the fact that this guy doesn't know anything. Like he doesn't know anything, and
doesn't have any positions that are concrete. I mean, you want to talk about Hillary Clinton flip-flopping. Well, yeah, she does, but so does Donald Trump, and Donald Trump does it more. He also lies more. Yes, Hillary Clinton also lies about things. They're politicians. Half of what they do is lie to people.
Right.
But and Donald Trump lies more than anybody else.
Statistically, 70% of the time.
Right. And Hillary Clinton is more honest than that.
Right. But that's the thing, and like in the solid positions that Trump has, except for trade, the American people hate. Like his eminent domain position, which by the way is not a conservative position, is for a broad use of eminent domain. Like not just conservatives hate that position. Everybody does not want you to be able to take somebody's property and give it to a developer like Donald Trump.
Yeah, and didn't he get in trouble in Ireland for doing the same thing?
I know he got flack in Jersey for doing it.
No, it was something about wanting to build a golf course on this lady's land and just taking her land.
Yeah, it's what you call it. Like he's against. Like I remember yesterday, I put out a quick thing where I was trying not to call him a racist, and I was just trying to point out like policy issues because I see a lot of videos of people go up against like Trump supporters and like not your average Trump, like your professional Trump supporter, right? And like they come at them and then they're like, that's racist. And then, but that's not the end of the conversation. And if my objective is to bring a camera there to make the Trump opposition look dumb, the fact that they don't seem to have the ability to nail him down on issues and they just use what are unfortunately considered to be buzzwords, it like that hurts. And like that exists on the, like, there's like a whole other realm of the internet that exists outside of, you know, like outside of your Facebook feed that's filtered to your liking, You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like,
because they Facebook does, tailor Facebook to what you browse, what you like. So when you're on there, you're seeing an increasingly insulated view of what's going on.
right. And like
So that does hurt.
my thing is like on YouTube, I love watching like movie channels, right? Like, movie reviews or whatever. And YouTube works great in that regard because it gives me more sometimes interesting movie reviewers and personalities. But in politics, if they figure out that you lean this one direction, they feed you that. So unless you actively seek that out, you're not seeing it. And that's what Facebook is as well.
Mm-hmm.
So like I fortunately get my Facebook's an idiot. It thinks I'm a woman. So it constantly advertises female shoes to me. It's true.
Weird. I'm not going to ask about that.
Well, I do. Half my online shopping is for my partner instead of myself, since I don't really buy myself like non-camera related things or whatever. So like half of my my shopping stuff, all of it is auto set to women, which is hilarious. Like, because these are smartphones, they're not very smart. Yeah. But my internet feed, because I'm looking at different things and I'm kind of like all over the place in terms of the two-party system. I see like my super Democratic friends and my super Republican like friends and my one super racist person that I will not unadd because I enjoy reading some of their statuses because they're hilarious. So like I see a lot of that, and I like when you realize that not everybody's seeing what you're seeing and not everybody's seeing both sides, you understand how Trump and Hillary supporters can't even fucking talk to each other.
Yeah, I do notice that. And look, I do kind of like I've got family that is supporting Donald Trump, right? And I don't quite understand it, but at the same time, I didn't really ask them about it because I didn't want to press. And that's kind of weird for me because I'm normally the kind of guy that presses about this kind of stuff.
Right.
So, I look, and the people that I know, they're good people, right? They're not racist as far as I could tell. They're not sexist. They're just old, right? And they're not necessarily even in a bad place. They're just old and Republican. And I think what it is that you get so used to voting for a certain team that you don't see what's really going on. And Donald Trump isn't. Yes, he does represent the id of the Republican base, right? The worst of the Republican base, but it doesn't mean he represents all Republicans. Yet we've got this team mentality that, hey, Hillary Clinton is that much worse, which I agree or I disagree. She is not that much worse than Donald Trump. And there's this false equivalence that goes around saying that they're the same. No, they're not the same. One is arguably better on policy than the other. Right. But, I think it comes down to just a lack of people knowing these specifics and knowing this policy and falling behind a team and also saying, well, if I don't vote for this person, the other person is going to win. And look, I've been criticized for falling into that, for voting against Donald Trump. And just because somebody votes for somebody doesn't mean that they like everything that they stand for. I'm sure there are Trump supporters out there that are saying, look, I don't like what Donald Trump, a lot of what Donald Trump does or says, but I can't let that other person get into office because of the stuff that I've heard about them. Now, right. A lot of that stuff isn't necessarily true, and that kind of falls onto the media. But for, people who vote for Clinton, it's one of those things where it's like, hey, I don't support everything that Clinton does. And me personally, I don't support everything Clinton does. I think that she's been terrible on the Dakota Access Pipeline. I think she's not strong enough on coming out against money in politics. She's taken too much money. But but she is better than Trump, and I can challenge her more successfully, I believe, from the left than you can challenging somebody like Donald Trump from the left, because he's not going to move. She could.
The thing is I mean, that's usually like true with Republicans. We don't know where he's going to move, which might be more scary. But yeah, they're virtually tied, and Pennsylvania and Trump is, I think he's up by 1,000 votes. Oh my God, yeah, he's up by a little over 1,000 votes, and it's too close to call. Nevada's too close to call, but Clinton's up. Minnesota's too close to call, but Clinton's up. Yeah, it's not looking too good. That map of red, man.
Yeah, that map of red is really really fucking disturbing.
And if you're keeping score at home, it was 244 to 209 the last time I checked. So this would be the time, by the way, for Clinton to deploy her election rigging apparatus. Like, this would be the time.
Yeah. Yeah, if you have a way to and I'm not advocating this, but if you have a way to rig an election, now would be the time to do it. And suddenly all the maps flip blue. Okay, right. Yeah, that's a little too obvious.
But I do want to say, look, if he does win, it's not the end of the world, right? It would be a better thing if the government was split, and there's a chance. Like, I've heard this argument, I haven't accepted this argument, but I might have to accept it to rationalize if the result comes in the way it does. But that he's such a danger that the restraints on the executive branch that we've desperately needed might come just because of necessity, just because the establishment is afraid of him. So, I mean, I'm telling you right now, this is
like, let me tell you, the establishment is going to fall in line. That's what they do. But here, I've got a call, by the way. Republicans have won the House. So they still control the House. 218 to 159. So, ouch. And then you have the Senate that isn't called yet, 47 to 48. And then you've got Clinton, 215 to Trump's 244.
Right.
So,
well, I mean, listen, I'm making a loser argument right now. This is like assuming that Donald Trump wins, but so I'm making the loser rationalization argument right now. But like, yeah, there is a hope that, like, he's such a danger that there might be some restraint on the executive branch, which is an important issue for me. So, like, it's like Jimmy Dore makes that loser argument all the time, where he's like, well, he'll be so bad that we'll turn it around in 4 years. Like, that's a loser argument.
Yeah, I don't personally like that argument either, because as we've got some historical precedent on this. We even had large-scale progressive movements come out of losing. No, what happens when people lose is that they're demoralized and they're like, fuck it, it doesn't count, doesn't matter, and they're going to give up. And I think, unfortunately, that's what we're going to see if Donald Trump wins. But there is one thing that I didn't foresee. I don't think that this is not the fault of the third parties. Okay, I can definitely say that, because at this point, look, it's yes, it is close in a lot of states, but I don't really think that the third party votes were high enough to make that huge of a difference.
Oh, you'll hear that argument, because the difference between Johnson's vote total is higher than the difference between Clinton and Trump. So you will hear the rewriters of history say that Johnson stole all of his votes from Hillary Clinton if it turns out this way. Like, you will.
And here's like, let me look at Pennsylvania, by the way, which is super close. They've got a 2,000 vote difference right now in Pennsylvania, with 96% reporting. It could go either way, but look at how many. I mean, both third parties combined, by the way, actually do equal around 200,000 votes. So maybe you could blame Pennsylvania if it flips on Trump. But really, I mean, look at Gary Johnson, though. He's at 2%. Who does he steal votes more from? Donald Trump. So
conventional wisdom says the Libertarian Party takes more from Donald Trump.
Yeah. So you could actually blame Gary Johnson on Pennsylvania. and not so much Jill Stein.
Oh no,
But
like in all seriousness, like depending on how these swing states break down, Johnson's going to be hated. He's going to be a pariah. Like he's going to be hated. Like people, like the thing is like you'll see people who backed Johnson, like Michael Moore backed Nader in 2000, like chuck him under the bus and then tie him down and drive back and forth over it, like Michael Moore did to Ralph Nader.
Mhm.
Like, for those of you who don't know, you need to look up Michael Moore's at the time 2000 election and like his immediate turnaround. It's amazing because he was a huge Nader supporter. He literally said that George Bush and W and Gore were exactly the same. And all of a sudden he pretended like Ralph Nader was a cold that he never got caught with. Like so like you will see the rats jump off the ship of the third parties. I said if you wanted to vote for a third party, vote for a third party. I said if you were in a swing state and you felt like one of the candidates was the ultimate evil and you had to do the lesser of two evils, then go for it. Like, but I'm a Johnson guy. I didn't go out to vote for him, but I'm a Johnson guy.
Yeah, you're filming Johnson.
And I live in New York, so like it didn't matter. But
it really didn't. But living here in Michigan, it did. And so, as I said, I had to vote the way that I had to vote, and I'm not necessarily happy about it, but I did what I had to do. And a lot of people obviously felt differently than I did about the vote, because right now Donald Trump is winning in Michigan still.
Right. And my feeling was it was really it would have been really easy for me to take a moral stand from New York City. Like, but you live in Michigan, Ree lives in Ohio,
right.
Jordan in Arkansas, which I'm not sure how close that was, but that was the Clintons' home state. So it could, like, theoretically it could have swung, but probably not. We know people that live in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
There was no way I was gonna be like shame. I know I have family that lives in Colorado. There's no way I was gonna scream shame at them, like for voting for a candidate that I don't like. Which chances are, if you voted nationally, you voted for a candidate that I didn't like. So I understood the argument. I don't think it's the end of the world. I don't believe that either candidate is Hitler incarnate. So like I just want everybody to calm down.
I don't know. I'm a little concerned about Trump's views in the press. So,
yeah, but the thing is like, as I pointed out, like Obama's used the Espionage Act more than any other president in history against whistleblowers.
Sure, and he's also been terrible towards leakers as well and whistleblowers.
Yeah, whistleblowers and press. Like, it's like there's this unique outrage. Hillary Clinton, I don't know if you covered that story where it was reported that she suggested droning Julian Assange. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, but that was a joke. That was just a joke. Can you get over a joke?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, we weren't in good press territory. Like, Trump's an idiot, but like, the one defense is that at least he said he would go, like, he wanted to change the libel laws, which was like involved Congress, right? So there was a little like, as bad as that was, and European libel laws are not good. European and Canadian libel laws are not good. It actually, like, that, I feel like that's like the caging the press and like the demonization and all of that is worse than his proposed cure for that problem, which would be another problem. So like, I don't want it to, it's not the end of the world, but you know.
Yeah, well, look, I know it's not the end of the world, at least, you know, unless Trump gets pissed off at 3 a.m., decides, hey, somebody tweeted at me and I didn't like it, I'm going to send the military. I don't know if that's going to happen. Yeah. But look, we don't know. And that's the problem with Trump, is that he's so fucking unhinged that you don't know what the hell he's going to do. And that's my biggest issue with him, other than a lot of his, you know, racist stuff, is that he's look, here's the problem too.
He doesn't know anything.
Easily influenced by other people. So if he surrounds himself with neocons, right? These people that love to invade other countries, invade Iran, put ground troops in Syria, all that stuff. We're going to be in for a disaster.
But to be fair,
no. There's no fairness involved in this.
No. But the reason I'm gonna be slightly fair is he's actually prone. He's actually, at least everything in his public statements have leaned against ground troops in Syria. Like that's the one like saving grace on that front. Like I don't want people to freak out.
But also he wants to bomb the families of people.
Yes.
And also bomb
Torture.
the hell out of ISIS, do torture, all that stuff. Look, I'm not against like doing something against ISIS, obviously. And we'd have to talk about the specifics of it. But the kind of stuff that he's talking about doing over in the Middle East, disaster. Right. Not just a disaster for people over there, it's a disaster for us as well.
No, he's in favor of torture even if it doesn't work because they deserve it. I'm like, no, that's
fucked up.
Like I'm trying to like be like the most reasonable person that's totally out of bounds. Right? Like that's not and
you're not dealing with a reasonable person, and it's because he surrounds himself with neocons. He surrounds himself with people who think that that's okay. Like Donald Trump is more malleable than you think.
Yeah, because I definitely believe that.
Yeah, because the people he surrounds himself with, he takes their ideas. So he listens to a lot of right-wing, talk news, Fox News. I mean, there have been reports where, in the middle of interviews, he's like, no, hold on, I got to switch on Fox News. I got to see if they're talking about me, right?
Right.
You watch all this stuff. He gets conspiracy theories from fucking Roger Stone and Alex fucking Jones.
By the way, I just want to address the Alex Jones thing. So, Alex Jones is probably having a little mini meltdown right now.
Are you sure he's not having a fucking orgasm?
No, you know why he's having a mini meltdown, and I know he's having a mini meltdown, is because Alex Jones picked a candidate that he didn't. I truly believe he picked a candidate that was not supposed to win. Like Trump was supposed to lose, and Alex Jones was supposed to hold this conspiracy theory torch that they rigged the system against him. And now he has a winner that he endorsed. Like the point of Alex Jones, at least part of it, whether you believe he believes all the crap or not, is that he is anti-establishment. And when he comes around to realize that he picked the new establishment, his audience is gonna hate him. Like he gonna realize he fucked up. Like, and I really generally believe that from what I know of Alex Jones, right? Because there's no way that you truly believed in Ron Paul and now you believe in Donald Trump. Like one is like almost pure libertarian versus a true authoritarian.
Yeah, well, there's another thing to consider. Alex Jones is just fucking crazy,
right?
He's crazy.
I feel like he was pushed by his audience, and that I've seen that happen to him. Like I remember he didn't used to be about the birther stuff, and then he got behind it. Like I've seen his conspiracy movies about Obama, and no mention of the birther thing. But then when that started to ramp up, he got on board with it because Alex Jones, conspiracy theorist or not, he has an audience and he tries to please that audience. So like, yeah. I feel like
yeah, but the things that he tries to supposedly please his audience with is coming up with things like, oh, by the way, Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, they smell like sulfur and they have flies land on them. Literally, Satan or something, demons. Okay.
No. This point doesn't matter at all.
The aliens and the life extension technology and the fucking lizard people.
Alex Jones.
I know there's a certain segment of the population that's fucking crazy. But
so here's the thing. Alex Jones doesn't actually believe in lizard people, and he doesn't talk about aliens.
Yeah, he did talk about aliens.
Well, He doesn't talk about UFOs, is what I'm saying.
Maybe not UFOs, but extraterrestrial intelligence. Yeah, he has talked about it before.
I mean, I know the conspiracy theorist that's most closely associated with reptilians, which is what the lizard people are called. Which we can talk about at 3 a.m. when I'm tired and just gonna ramble.
Sure.
But what you call it? Like the dude has like some weird standards, but he's off his rocker and kind of I don't hate Alex Jones enough. I don't really hate Alex Jones, but I don't like dislike his brand of conspiracy enough that I want Trump to win and for him to be like, what am I gonna do? Like I would rather go the other way and Alex Jones be thinking of more sulfur-based conspiracies with Hillary. Like, you know what I mean? Like I would rather go the other way. Like, but New Hampshire is the vote difference in New Hampshire is 672 right now. By the way.
Wow, that's pretty fucking close.
Yeah. But
I gotta say that I called it that it was going to be really, really, really close. I just didn't realize how uncomfortably close this election was going to be. I was hoping that maybe Hillary Clinton would win decently. Actually, I was really hoping like landslide, just so we can get this Trump bullshit out of the way. No, see,
I wish for this closeness, so blame me for that.
Oh, you know who I'm going to blame, by the way.
I know who you should blame.
Yeah. Pennsylvania. Trump is doing pretty well, actually.
They put
22,000 votes.
They have Chuck Todd doing the graph right now, and he is generously granting Pennsylvania to Hillary Clinton.
That's bullshit.
No, he's not calling it, but he's generously granting it as a to lay out his scenario. I can't hear him, but even with that, his projection leaves Trump at 269 and Hillary at 260 from what he's giving her, and like so even with that, it's still a hurdle. So he's just doing they have the solid map, and then he's doing adjustments of what people need. He's not saying he's definitely going to win.
I get it. Yeah.
But, yeah. Considering I had Pennsylvania if Trump wins Pennsylvania, I'm going to look like a jackass because I've been calling bullshit on that the whole time.
Well, he's up in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So 2,000 votes,
Get that donkey sound effect out because I've been saying that Pennsylvania is not a swing state. And it's only a swing state in people's minds. And yeah. By the way, the text messages that I'm getting that are like, yo, Trump is winning. What the fuck? Like, I did it.
I'm getting those messages on Facebook too. Like, what the fuck, dude? Trump, why is Donald Trump winning? I don't know, man. It's just it seems like tomorrow we're gonna wake up and we're gonna have
Abi Kibar, Trump, Sarkar.
And that's gonna be our president.
I remember because I've been listening to certain conservatives, ones that I can like sure. I have no problem tolerating conservatives, but like certain conservatives like that are definitely for Trump, like just so I can get a sense of what they're for.
And you're not like listening to Glenn Beck or anything like that because Glenn Beck, of course, not for Trump. He was for Ted Cruz, and since Cruz lost, he look. The weird thing about Glenn Beck, a couple of days ago, there was a video of where he's like, you know what? Hillary Clinton, not so bad. And I'm like, what? Seriously, Glenn? Really?
Yeah.
So I think
a
better person. That's it. Obama made me a better man.
I think Glenn wants a job in the media, but what I was gonna say is I do listen to Never Trumpers, right? But just not Glenn Beck because I know Glenn Beck I've been aware of Glenn Beck since CNN, so not Glenn Beck. Glenn Beck, by the way, when Ron Paul raised money on November 5th because of the movie V for Vendetta, said that he raised money because of Guy Fawkes, and that his supporters, like Guy Fawkes, wanted to blow up the Congress, even though Guy Fawkes wanted to blow up Parliament in England. So like that's fuck Glenn Beck, right? In my opinion.
Well, no, I agree with that because I realize like this is Glenn Beck trying to appear reasonable so he can get back on mainstream television.
Right.
And CNN, they had Glenn Beck on CNN talking about election stuff, and it's like, are you fucking kidding me? This is a guy who, draws up like uses his chalkboard to draw up anti-Semitic conspiracy theories of who controls the world's wealth. He also spins on a gyroscope every time he, doesn't feel very well, which I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to do other than make you fucking dizzy.
And by the way, Glenn Beck was on NBC today. NBC.
No, not MSNBC or not CNN, not MSNBC. NBC.
Yeah.
They're letting this guy on a real network.
Yeah. But what I was going to say is I do listen to them, and there's I think the differences between the two lines of support are overstated, because the Trumpers believe that the never Trumpers were what was preventing them from winning, in the same way that some of the Hillary supporters believe that the Bernie people would be what would deny her the victory. Like, so there is a little bit of eating your own within both sides of the movement. So, and I just want to reiterate, if the candidate loses, it's the candidate's fault, right? Like Mitt Romney lost because Mitt Romney sucked. John Kerry lost because John Kerry sucked. John McCain lost because John McCain sucked, right?
And now Hillary Clinton is likely to lose because Hillary Clinton sucks.
Right.
Yeah.
And if Trump loses, it's because Trump sucks.
Right.
I mean, if Trump wins, he still sucks, but
yeah. And if Clinton wins, she also still sucks. So like, this is the reality of the election. We're looking at everybody and we're like, fuck you. You suck. I don't like you. I don't like either of you. And that's why I think we're going to look at the exit polls tomorrow. We're going to look at how many people voted. And I guarantee, at least on the Democratic side, we are going to see low record turnout.
Yes. And that's because of Clinton.
Yeah,
because she had the organization, she had celebrity backing, and all. She had LeBron, Jay-Z, and Beyonce in Ohio, like all trying to push people to turn out. And LeBron brought a championship to Cleveland, and they still lost Ohio. Like, this is an excitement problem with the candidate.
Yeah, and it's not about the organization. Her organization and her money advantage was enormous.
Right.
I mean, she had everybody backing her, like in the establishment. She had Bernie Sanders on her side that was backing her. She had all the money. She had all the ads. And she just had one thing that was lacking, and that was a personality. It was her.
Do you want to know what I'm seeing in the split screen of it's like some old guy talking. I don't know who he is. But it's also like the Trump supporters, and they're kind of like happy, and they're literally zooming in on a young like black woman, Hillary Clinton supporter, crying like as she's watching this. And then
they're probably having a fucking orgasm over it right now.
Yeah, and they're panning out to like the other supporters, and it looks like I'm a Met fan, and I watched the 1-game wild card, and the Mets lost 3-0 on a home run in the ninth. It looks like everybody's face in my living room when that home run was hit. Like it's devastating. You would think that literally everybody had a relative like text them that they're dead, which is totally possible for your relative to do that after they die. That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's why I said it that way, not because I made a mistake in my speaking.
Sure. So right now we're at 215, Trump 244, and still, oh man, Pennsylvania, it just ticked up for Trump 49-48.
Oof.
You were wrong, dude.
Oh my god,
you might be wrong.
Oh my god, I don't know which parts of CNN was showing the county maps. NBC, which I cannot get because I don't have cable in my room. I have the Roku on. NBC, which I cannot get, is not showing the county by county maps. I need some Nate Silver up in here to explain this stuff to me.
All right.
Oh my
Well,
god!
you could probably look that up or something. But Pennsylvania, as I said, for Trump, Michigan is really close, but still looking like Trump. 80% reporting, and New Hampshire, man, 83% still going for Trump.
You know, there was. I remember. I don't know why I'm thinking of this, but I remember. I'm thinking of Ed Schultz predicting Rick Santorum as the winner of the Ohio caucus.
Yeah.
You know, the last go around, and the reason why he said that he thought that was going to happen is because he was speaking about manufacturing, and manufacturing matters in the Midwest. So like Trump going like, you know, against NAFTA and like these trade deals and all that is probably what's you know, driving up his showing in the Midwest, because he like Bernie Sanders like is tapping into that same vein of like, you know, somebody who's not really a big liberal or big conservative, but like saw their jobs go, saw their towns go, and wants to get them back. And like, even though Trump is not a mechanism for that, we don't believe, they see him as that. And Clinton is they see her as like one of the architects of that.
Yeah, Clinton right there, you know, people see, and I can understand why. She is the face of the establishment, that of the very people that are crushing them down, that are hurting them, that are doing these bad trade deals. And so, look, I understand, as I keep mentioning throughout the show, I'm sort of the person that Donald Trump would be targeting, because I've worked in manufacturing. I've seen my job go away. You know, I've worked at a place that got shut down and sent to Mexico. I've seen the devastation that it leaves behind when 2,000-3,000 people in a town of maybe 5,000 all lose their jobs at once. And where do they go? What happens? They lose these higher paying middle class jobs, and they're stuck with what? They're not stuck with anything. They don't get anything from the company. Only some people that are higher up get the severance pay. You think the worker on the floor doing those refrigerators, you know, building those, you think they get the severance pay? Fuck no, they don't. They get a thanks for all the hard work. See you later. They go to the unemployment office, and all those different companies that then relied, or that were reliant on this one plant being there, because, hey, we're the suppliers. We supply them with all the parts, the raw materials, etc. We do all these things. Well, those jobs get shut down. So it's got this big ripple effect. And see, that's what Dan, I don't think, understood earlier when we were talking to him when he was here, because he's never lived that.
Something, yeah, and it's something that Jordan like often mentions when we talk about when we used to talk about coal towns.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like there's a difference, and like I think I was trying to touch on this before. There's a difference between what is stated and like what is statistical and what people can see, and like the recovery and all these things can be seen in cities that typically vote like blue. And I'm not saying like Obama conspired to put the recovery there. Like, it's just the way it happened. We're becoming a less a more service oriented, less manufacturing based economy. We're going.
And the problem with the service being service oriented is that those jobs don't pay anywhere near what those manufacturing jobs did. So a lot of people have lost their main source of income. It used to be, you know, you get out of school, you could work in the factory. I worked my probably my second job, major job. I was working in a factory making almost $13 an hour. Right. And that's amazing pay, especially when you look at the jobs that are now being offered within the same field. $8 an hour, $8.75, $9.20. Some, you know, go as high as $10. I had a job after that capped out at 11. Right. That's 13 was good, and I lived pretty well off that because I was living alone in a singles apartment. But it's not a living wage though.
Right. And the places where the service industry like picks up are not places surrounding small towns. Like an Uber driver in San Francisco is probably making a killing with all the wealthy clients around there. You know what I mean? Like it's not like I have a different set of service opportunities just being in New York City than somebody in like an area like completely out of nowhere. I like it's what you call it? It's like the two Americas thing. Was that a John Kerry or John Edwards thing, or what's that other guy, the Bia guy?
I'm not sure what you mean, but I think my brain's fried.
The progressive governor that said, yeah, like we're gonna go to Michigan or whatever, and then he did the scream, but the microphone picked up only his voice. Howard Dean. That's a Howard Dean line, right? The two Americas. Yeah, like there are, and a lot of these issues are like a lot of these issues are disproportionate in their negative effects, right? So like I don't see any issues with like undocumented immigrants because I live in New York City. Everybody's from everywhere, like. But if I lived in a like super white town my whole life, and then my job was undercut by any worker, but like a worker that's like visually different from me, like I can understand a little animosity. Like I would hope that I would see that as a person and not as like a person of this nation that's taking my job. But
you're kind of speaking to the experience that I had. So yeah, look, Michigan, not in the Detroit area, obviously, but where I'm from, rural, white, and I've lived in 3 different counties, all rural, all white, all with small towns. It was very rare to run into somebody who was African American or Latino or Asian. Yes, every once in a while there would be people that were there. People that I would also run into a lot more were people who were racist, casually racist, right? And so, I mean, that's sort of living in the small town experience, and obviously that sort of comes with it. It's sad, but if you're not exposed to other people, you are going to develop racist attitudes.
Right. And like the thing is people have to understand that there's a difference between what you see and what's like demonstrable reality. Like I remember we got into arguments about Bernie Sanders and the demographics of his support, right? Because he got hurt a lot. Right. He got hurt a lot by the black vote. But like
you were right too. And you were right. You said that he should reach out more to the African American community. He's doing a piss poor job. You were absolutely 100% right on that.
But in my personal context, every black person that I knew was a Bernie Sanders supporter. But like I was looking at the data and trying to separate, what I see from that. Like every single black person that I knew that I went to, because I was in college at the time, that I went to school with, were not only Bernie Sanders supporters, but they were kind of like Bernie or bust. Right. So, like I had to separate that and like look at the demographics, and he was getting killed
in the South, especially. Yeah.
And like I was trying, like, I'm really just yelling at nobody on the internet basically, but like, trying to like send out like a message that like, look at what's happening. And I think what hurt Bernie Sanders was that the visual of what happened with him in Black Lives Matter in Seattle, because Black Lives Matter went to disrupt Hillary Clinton events, but Hillary Clinton's campaign was smarter. And by smarter, I mean they did things that I would consider to be worse, but were better about like how things looked. Because I remember Black Lives Matter supporters came to disrupt a Hillary Clinton event, right? Which is, by the way, you have every right to do that. Like, I don't know if that's a particularly effective way, but you have every right to disrupt a political candidate's event.
Sure, I'm I've always said that if you want to disrupt an event, that's fine. But once you get the candidate's attention, let them speak. Once you get your message out and say, "Hey, I'm interrupting you because I want to get my message across." Once you've received that message, okay, great, message delivered.
But I remember two different stories that were in Sasset, like that, you know, happened one after the other. That the activist came to disrupt the Clinton event, and she had diverted them into like an auxiliary room and met with them in private later. And then she came out after that meeting and said the meeting went amazing, right? And Bernie is a better person, so he was like, "Oh, he's like, they're gonna come up on stage. I'll give them time to speak." But like and no, I'm respectful. I do have issues with the movement, but not like a lot of the people in it are very good people that just want, you know, something that I'm in favor of, which is a responsible criminal justice system. But like they weren't really interested in that. Like they were very like they wanted to disrupt, and then Bernie had to cancel the event. So then it was like, oh, Bernie, like it turned from what Bernie was actually doing, which was like come up on stage, have your moment to speak, I'll answer any of your questions, to Bernie Sanders cancels an event after being confronted, right? And it's like it's just Hillary played that better and in the beginning, and that kind of sent him on a downward spiral with that demographic. Even though his messaging was pretty like good in my opinion. Like it was just he ended up in a hole because of the way things looked. And I don't want to blame Black Lives Matter for Hillary Clinton. So like
no, because look, I support what Black Lives Matter does. I mean, you know, and you'll hear a lot of course, negative things about Black Lives Matter, about some of the stuff that they say, whatever, right? The goal is, hey, Black lives do matter. Well, yeah, I agree with that. Why wouldn't you?
But it was about the way the candidate reacted and about the way it looked, right? Because also on top of that, Bernie looked weak, and you remember Donald Trump came out and he's like, "Did you see Bernie Sanders give up the stage?" Right? And it was like, "Oh God, no!" Like so Donald's like, "Oh, I would have like, you know, like there's no way I give up my stage," which is kind of true because Donald's a narcissist, but
right.
It set him, it almost capped his support on where he would go, like that moment, and he didn't do a great job outreaching after that.
Yeah, and it seems like he kind of gave up on the on the black vote, and that's it sucks because I know a lot of people, you know, African Americans, just like you do, that were very progressive that went for Bernie Sanders, and I think really kind of the difference was the age gap. You did have a lot of older African Americans voting for Hillary Clinton, and a lot of younger African Americans voting for Bernie Sanders. It just didn't turn out as much towards his favor, especially in those early states, those early primary states where Bernie Sanders, I mean, South Carolina, for example, he got absolutely wrecked. And that definitely hurt his campaign. Not so much that he couldn't bounce back, but it definitely hurt his campaign. And, you know,
and it armed the media who wanted to call it for Clinton with oh, look how many states in a row she won, even though there was a stretch where she hadn't won a state in like 2 months.
Yeah. Well, look, you get into another issue too if you want to talk about how the media treated Bernie Sanders during this election cycle. They were absolutely, I think, brutal.
Right.
But
he made mistakes. He should have, like, I feel like he should have been more aggressive in talk. Like, even if he wasn't gonna like speak out, because he's not like an angry like speaker, right? Like he gets that cranky old man thing like working for him, and it builds up towards his authenticity factor. But like he needed like a 25-year-old like person on his campaign staff to cut an ad of people shoveling money into the Clintons' pockets. Like he needed it, like, because he was kind of dancing around it. He was like, you know, they must have been good speeches if you got paid this much money for it.
Right.
Like he needed to have Hillary Clinton sitting in a car
He didn't.
and them open the moonroof and dump cash in there. And they're like, like this decides what direction she's going. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he definitely did not go in for the kill when he should have. And really, I mean, he's too like the thing that we loved about Bernie Sanders so much is that he was such a good guy, such a nice, great guy. He was too good for politics.
Right. The difference in votes, by the way, and Hillary Clinton she's down in Pennsylvania, but the difference in votes in New Hampshire was 82 according to NBC.
So let me this is from 538, right? Nate Silver. Trump has a 77% chance of winning.
Yeah.
In the Senate,
looks like it.
94% chance Republicans win the Senate. And let me scroll down to the House. Or I'm sorry, that was the House, which they're expected to. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's a blowout.
Yeah. It's
It's a route, dude. It's a fucking route. Hey, you know what? Is this the right time for I told you so? I'm just saying, people. I fucking told you so.
Well, first of all, the minute the polls came in, they decided to go "I told you so" to Bernie supporters. Like this whole week,
I was waiting.
This whole week, the what you call it, the like Michael Moore's, even like Bill Maher, like all these like professional left have been like browbeating, like, oh, if you don't turn out millennials because you don't feel excited, like you're gonna let this guy win. Like it's amazing, especially Michael Moore, who's his thing is he speaks for the middle class. Like you are the richest documentary filmmaker in Hollywood history, browbeating working class people for voting for Trump. Like that's what's happening, right? This election, somehow Donald Trump, the richer candidate, successfully painted his opponent as the elite. And part of that was his opponent and his opponent's surrogates were acting like elitists. Oh, yeah, he's up in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's pretty much at this point.
I never thought I would be asking for CNN, but I really would love them to put the goddamn county maps.
All right, I'm gonna look at CNN then.
I just want to know the county map so I know because they were doing a cool thing where they were showing what they voted last year, last 2012 to now, so at least I get an idea. And by the way, in blue counties, Hillary Clinton was actually overperforming Trump in Florida, which means that Trump galvanized those red counties so much that he won.
Oh God. CNN has Donald Trump 98% for the odds.
Oh my God.
Oh God. That is so bad.
I mean, Clinton's winning the 4 electoral votes in Maine, so.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? This is shaping up to be a landslide in favor of Trump.
I know.
Up a mandate.
Yeah, look, the only thing that you can fucking do is at this point is laugh, because anything else, man.
I mean,
look, I'm gonna make it just fine through Donald Trump. You're gonna make it just fine through Donald Trump, right? You're mostly white, but you can pass as a white guy.
Everybody's
I'm super liberal white. I'll make it. I'll be fine.
I would be worried. I have a friend that's doing a study abroad in Morocco, and when she comes back, she will be coming back after Trump is sworn in, right? She's doing a study abroad, but she's doing a study abroad in a largely populated Muslim country in the Arab League. Like, she gonna be able to come back because she traveled. You know what I mean?
Sorry, did we call Nevada?
I don't know. I think yes, maybe. I don't know.
Nevada went for Clinton, and New Hampshire might go for Clinton as well.
All right, then we might have a race on our hands.
I don't know.
Pennsylvania, the state that I said does not swing, is going to be the state that decides this. This year's Florida. But yeah, I hate to be hyperbolic, but like I don't want to I don't want to think about my friend being stuck in Morocco. I already had another friend almost get kidnapped there. Like literally. But she's still up in Michigan, but it's actually narrowed.
No, the results that I'm seeing right now, and
he's up in Michigan. My mistake.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He's up in Michigan, and he's up in Pennsylvania. So, right. And it's such a close margin.
Yeah. See, the thing is with the electoral system is that the way it breaks down is even though these are all close, if he takes them, then he's gonna have a landslide.
It's all his, exactly. And we have a winner take all system. So, and
for the most part, Maine actually has one county that distributes its own electoral vote.
Yeah, and there's another state too that does. I think it's might be Minnesota that has a weird system of how they distribute their electoral college votes. But those are
weird that it might be fairer.
Fair enough. You're right.
Yeah. I mean, fair is the wrong word. More democratic, right?
Sure. Okay. So let me give you some interesting stats here. Now, Donald Trump won more counties where less than 10% of adults had bachelor's degrees. So, interesting. Clinton won counties where at least 45% of the population were black. That also makes a lot of sense. So you've got, black people versus, well, not really versus, but you had, Trump winning more counties where less people were educated, and, Clinton won the more of the African American vote. So that's about how you expect it to break down.
My friend just texted me that somebody's making fun of me in the comment section. So I will now tell them that this is the internet and that exists. So
yeah. No, somebody didn't like
my shirt.
Yeah, they didn't like your shirt.
Oh, I changed it right before the show. I was wearing black and I wanted to brighten it up.
Well, yeah, you brightened it up way too much and you offended somebody.
Oh God!
Bright color.
I had my drones lighting up in the back as a cool backlight, and they died. Kind of like aspirations for America.
Kind of like your hope. Kind of like our hopes and dreams.
again, Trump wins. It's not the end of the world. All right.
And
by the way, a lot of the
years of this.
Abi Kibar, Trump, Sarkar.
I'm just saying.
But a lot of the dumb things that people are worried about, and they have genuine concerns. I shouldn't call them dumb. They have genuine concerns. Is like him saying that he's going to do national stop and frisk. Like the FBI is not going to do stop and frisk. Like that's stupid.
Well, I don't know. The FBI is kind of full of right wing guys.
I understand that, but the FBI is not going to stop and frisk is a local policing policy. And by the way, Giuliani went insane after 9/11 when he stopped being the mayor, right? He was still not the best guy as mayor, but his stop and frisk numbers, you look at them, they are reasonable, within proportion, and only were in targeted areas after a recent crime had been committed. We're talking about stops in terms of numbers and around the tens of thousands. Mayor Michael Bloomberg blew that up, and we were talking upper 100,000s of people stopped indiscriminately. Michael Bloomberg has endorsed Hillary Clinton. So it's Giuliani is crazier on the surface, but Michael Bloomberg had the worst policy. So I'm trying to dig out those grains of hope, right? Giuliani being the attorney general is a nightmare, or the Homeland Security head is a nightmare, but
Yeah, well, keep digging, man.
But it's true. He became more crazy after 9/11 because he couldn't finish the sentence without mentioning it.
Saying 9/11, yeah.
Like Christie's another Christie. If Christie was his vice presidential pick, the Republican establishment kind of saved him, because if he was his vice presidential pick, they would have been convicted 2 days before the election. Like his people.
So wait, I'm okay. So I'm looking at the electoral map in Michigan, right?
Right.
You have Marquette County that hasn't come through yet, but it's leaning Clinton. You have Gladwin County that isn't that's got nothing in right now. You have Muskegon County that's leaning Clinton, and you have Kent County that's leaning Trump. So, and you also have Leelanau County leaning Trump as well.
Right.
And I mean, hold on. You also have Oakland County that is 99% in, that is overwhelmingly Hillary Clinton. So I don't know.
Right.
She could still pull out a win in Michigan. Let me look at the Pennsylvania map as well, breaking it down county by county. Okay, you have Center County that overwhelmingly, well, not overwhelmingly Clinton, but Clinton hasn't come through yet. Dauphin County, I don't know if I'm saying this right, or Dauphin or whatever. Clinton. You've got Bucks County, Lay County, Monroe, Lackawanna, that are all for Clinton. You have Chester County for Clinton, and you have Northampton for Trump that haven't come through yet. So he could still pull it out in Pennsylvania too. And then,
by the way, the person that I referenced apparently is a troll, which I've been alerted, and I have unfortunately fed the troll. Apparently.
Oh, have you?
Yes, fed the troll, and so have you when you mentioned the shirt thing.
Oh well, I don't really care.
By the way, I like that my friend texted me. I would show you on my phone, but that always looks awkward when you hold something up to a webcam and his number would be revealed to the public. But he texted me, "It's a troll!" exclamation point. I think maybe 3. So I'm like, that's nice and dramatic for tonight.
Yeah. Trolls be trolling. I don't really care.
Exactly.
We got to worry about.
I mean, you can troll me directly at youtube.com/actualjusticewarrior. I wonder if that actually links to my channel. That like it should. I hope it does.
Yeah.
But yeah, troll the fuck out of me there. As long as you subscribe and like and
watch. Please
and
watch. Trolling
and earn me money.
Watch the ad.
Watch. Oh no, you can't solicit that, so I won't say that.
I can. It's like, hey, you want to troll me all you want, just watch the ads.
Right. But I will just say I post semi frequently, not really frequently at all. So
right, you might not even be there.
It's gone.
Conditional.
It's gone. I take it down.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting, and it's interesting how this will all break down. They're showing some guy petting Donald Trump's hair on a late night talk show.
That's fantastic. Tremendous.
They're like showing his highlights, and I'm like, is this like the Trump is president? They're showing the grab him by the pussy video, which in reality is just a video outside of a truck. It's really the audio until he comes out of the truck.
Right.
By the way, if Trump wins, that means no Bush could stop him.
Oh,
not even Billy.
No.
That was not a dirty reference.
That's how I took it.
Oh god, that was not what it was meant to be.
No.
Don't you ever do that. Don't you ever do that. I tell you don't do it.
Those kind of jokes, man. Don't.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's like I said, these they're still coming in, but 98% reporting for Pennsylvania.
Right. Ugh. Did you see Doctor Strange yet? It's distract.
No, but I want to.
Oh. It's all right.
I have a lot of time.
It's all right. It's all right.
Apparently, somebody in the chat is saying that Cenk called it for Trump.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Well,
yeah.
I mean, he has to kind of eat a little bit of crow because
A little bit. Yeah.
he called it. He's been calling it for Clinton.
For Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
I kept saying, like, this is going to be close. I did say Hillary Clinton would probably win, but I also say Donald Trump still has a really good chance of winning.
I mean,
So-
there's a Facebook status where I proclaim Donald Trump will be the president, but that's kind of superseded by a video that I posted recently where I started off by naming Hillary Clinton the next president of the United States with a drum roll and everything. So, I was right and wrong.
So yeah, so my wife is not going to be happy when she gets up in the morning for work.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
my God, my girlfriend is like, I assume she went to sleep. If she's watching, then
Evan By, but or not? Sorry, not Evan By. What is it? McMullen, Evan McMullen.
right.
No, he had no chance. Trump won Utah.
Too many fucking Evans, man.
Yeah, too many Evans, man.
He won. He not only won, he got a majority. He got over 51%.
So yeah, there it is.
Wouldn't that be some like amazing thing if he won, if like By like gave Utah to Hillary somehow, not By Mullen, I just made the same Evan mistake. If he gave Utah to Trump, to Hillary, or won it himself, and Trump still won the election. Like if the Republicans screwed him out of a red state and then he still had an overwhelming majority, like how crazy would he be then?
I don't know. I've just been paying attention to this this election stuff. So
Right. No, I'm in a little bit of stun. He is not far behind her in New Hampshire at all. And
Yeah.
Pennsylvania, it looks like he's widening the gap. With 97% in, I think that's a margin of like 60,000. Arizona is winning. See, the thing is Hillary did a decent job of closing the gap in states like that didn't matter, like Georgia and Arizona. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she's closer in those states than I felt like she would have been. But like, if she spent money there and lost in other places, that's a disaster.
And again, like, look at the Trump campaign. He didn't have to spend all that money because he didn't have all that money. And for example, look at his. I keep going back to that Hindu ad, right? It looks like something that I could put together. I'm not very good with Photoshop.
He raised half as much money as Hillary Clinton around.
Yeah, and he did really well with not having that money advantage.
Hillary Clinton had money. The people believe, and this is accurate. This is accurate. The people believe that the media was on her side, 75%.
Yep, which is true.
75% to 7% that believe that they're on their side. And I guess if you get all your information from Breitbart, you might be in that 7%.
Mhm.
But yeah, they accurately believe that. So the media, like all these celebrities, like established celebrities, like it's something is being rebuked, and I think it's the establishment.
Definitely is. And this is what we warned. That is what I've been yelling about for the past year. Don't vote. Don't nominate Hillary Clinton. She will likely lose to Trump. She could lose to Trump. And obviously, I didn't know there was going to be some other things that were going to happen, like the Billy Bush tape being dropped, which didn't seem to have that huge of an effect after all. But we'll see.
Well, it did at the time, like
yeah, but it didn't last. And then you had James Comey, of course, with the FBI, and then you had all this other shit. So, and then of course you had the Podesta emails, which releasing them I want, like, I think it was good that they were released, right? And because it was important to cover them.
Yeah.
So
I think when if you get into that side where you're like, I wish the WikiLeaks stuff wasn't released, I think that's when you get to the wrong side. No, I know you're not. You said literally the opposite, but I think those people were like, you can't cover this or whatever.
No,
like,
fuck that. It's true. It's truth. You need to cover it.
Like, look, I mean, I'm not as worried about a Trump. I'm not as like, Hillary needed to win over Trump as a lot of people, but like if I was on that side and then I had to be on the side where transparency was bad, like there's certain things you can't tolerate, and like so all the
side, I'm for transparency, and look, the WikiLeaks reveals were damaging. They were devastating to Hillary Clinton, and it's all the stuff that her campaign was doing and saying. And I don't blame anybody who looked at that and was like, "Ooh, no, fuck that. She is not a good candidate." I understand that. I kept saying that, but what bothers me was the establishment insistence on no. She is much more electable than Bernie Sanders. No, she's not. And it sucks that I'm going to have to go on the air tomorrow and I'm going to have to tell people, I fucking told you so. Yeah. And it's one of those moments that I really didn't want to do. I wanted to be wrong.
Yeah, but I guess my point is that if you can hold the belief that Trump is worse than Hillary and like you have to vote for Hillary to beat Trump, but like you still should not be against transparency. Like there's a certain like the CNN. I just think of CNN saying, "Don't read the emails. We'll read them for you." Like, no, don't.
Right.
Stop. Like, I cannot stand that the people, by the way, and this election has not run contrary to polling. Like, everything was trending towards Trump, right, recently, and it was a matter of whether or not Hillary Clinton could run out the clock, similar to the Bernie Sanders situation. She ran out the clock on him. Like,
right.
There was rigging and all that, but Bernie was ascending and she was staying the same, and that's what this election has been like. But like these people who were like denying reality, like I cannot, like, believe me, I cannot stand the fact that their candidate's going to win and they're going to say, well, we told you not to trust the polls. We told you that online polls were just as good as like reputable scientific polls. Like, no, this election has fallen in line with the polls. It's just that Trump was on an upswing and Hillary was on a downturn. So like don't buy into those like super, like, don't buy into those like everything Trump does is gold like type of media who've been lying this whole time. They just happen to, they rolled snake eyes or they came up sevens, whichever one means win, right? Like, that's just what it looks like. But the polls were not a conspiracy. And if the polls are a conspiracy, it's a stupid fucking conspiracy, because if you think your candidate's at risk of losing, you might run out there and support them more. So it would have been a conspiracy that made no sense.
Mm-hmm. So okay, so the obvious question is, what do we do from here? Right. So where do we go? It looks like Donald Trump is likely going to be the next president of the United States, and we're going to have a Republican Congress, House and Senate. So conservatives have just won an enormous victory. So what do we do from here on? How do we fix this?
I mean, the Obama's healthcare is
it's pretty much gone at this point.
Unless I mean, the Republicans keep saying they can pass it through the repeal through reconciliation, but like either way, it's going to take a Democratic filibuster to keep that healthcare law, and it's dumb because it was set up in a way that the subsidies and the price controls kind of gave way around this time anyway, and like that was supposed to push the Congress to renew them, but instead they're being blamed for the price increases. So like it's like the momentum is leaning towards that being gone, right? And like I have mixed feelings about the healthcare law, but like that, just consider if you cared about that, then like that's probably gonna go.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who benefited from the Medicaid expansion,
Right.
for example. So that's going to be gone. There's not going to be Medicaid for people anymore who are poor. And Trump promises, oh, don't worry, we're not going to let people die in the street, but you're also going to have to pay all of your own health care. Well, if you don't have money, how can you pay for your health care?
See, the thing is I feel like Trump wouldn't do that if that wasn't like Obamacare wasn't a big issue in the press, because he wouldn't know anything about healthcare if it wasn't on the shows. So like, that's gone because that's a popular, like he watches the shows and they go after Obamacare on the shows all the time. So like that's gone. The court, I think the Republicans might affirm.
Omarosa on the fucking court, or Judge Napolitano. He's got the name.
You say Napolitano with a negative connotation. Napolitano is a lot better than Antonin Scalia. That like a Napolitano. I actually have some of his books because I find him to be an interesting guy. Napolitano is for same-sex marriage. Like the big red flag for me in Napolitano is like he's super Roman Catholic pro-life. But other than that, he's
Wade, yeah.
But Scalia's vote is not integral to Roe v. Wade. Like that seat isn't gonna flip it. But like Napolitano is
there's another issue though, is that there's probably a couple of people on the court that might not last another 4 years. So
right. Ginsburg is 140. You're right about that.
Yeah. So like she might not make it.
Yeah, but like my point is Napolitano is the best, literally the best option that I've seen of the list. Napolitano thinks Donald Trump's list is shit, right? Because he's like they're neocons, right? Like Napolitano was against the Patriot Act, like that would be like if Trump is dumb enough to nominate a guy because he sees him on TV, that is counter to his eminent domain position, counter to this, but like he's that.
Trump doesn't have positions, and that's what we keep trying to point out.
No. Eminent domain is a real Trump position because he's used it in the past and he likes it. Right? Like he's an idiot, but like Napolitano is not like that's literally the best option. And anybody who like watches Fox like closely, like I feel like Shepard Smith is one of the best like hosts on Fox.
I actually do. Yeah.
And I feel like Napolitano is one of the best contributors. And I encourage any of you to find any of his Bush era speeches or anything like that. Like he's actually a really solid legal mind. He does have conservative tints, but he's very libertarian. Like he's more libertarian than Ron Paul, which is good if you're a civil liberties person. And why Donald wouldn't nominate him.
Well, I'm in favor, like one of the things that I'm definitely in favor of is civil liberties, obviously, and privacy rights. So somebody that would be on the court that defends privacy rights, okay, and in civil liberties and against eminent domain, I could be okay with, right? But there are other things that I'm also concerned about, not from a personal standpoint, obviously, but Roe v. Wade, protecting that, of course. And really the biggest thing is money in politics, corruption. Right. And I feel like with any Trump appointee, they're going to be massively pro-corporate. Not saying that Hillary Clinton wouldn't do the same.
Right. Hillary Clinton would be against Citizens United because first of all, Citizens United was about a movie about her. And secondly, the kind of corruption that Hillary Clinton, like the money that goes to Hillary Clinton goes to her in ways that are unaffected by the repeal of Citizens United. So like she is against money in politics within certain parameters. Trump doesn't appear to be nailed. Like you can't nail him down on it.
And the thing too is that Hillary Clinton would have been a fake out on that anyway. Sure, we get rid of Citizens United, but that's basically putting a Band-Aid on a bleeding artery.
Right.
And so I mean this is
the problem. the problem that Hillary has with Citizens United is not that it injects more money into politics, is that it injects more money. It takes away the advantage. It limits the advantage that incumbents have of using money in politics. Like, and I know that's like a hard like thing to process, but it's really like it's if you look at the campaign finance system pre Citizens United, it was more heavily. It's still terrible, but it was more heavily tilted towards the incumbent or the establishment candidate. So like Citizens United made the money problem worse, but the incumbent problem, depending on how you look at that, because you might like a good incumbent, right? Like a Bernie Sanders is a good incumbent, but it made that like better if you don't like people there too long, like a little bit.
Which is why I'm saying it's like you don't want to, just overturn Citizens United and call it a day, because we know that's what Hillary Clinton was planning to do anyway. That's why she wasn't strong enough on campaign finance reform. What you have to do is that you do have to go after some of those decisions that made corporations people and money speech. And those are two of the decisions that were made back in the 1980s. You have Bilotti versus First Bank and then Buckley Vallejo. So those two decisions, those are what really started the problem of money in politics to begin with. And what Hillary Clinton and the Democrats were saying is like, no, just get rid of Citizens United, keep everything else, because we still end up getting lots of campaign contributions.
Right.
That
and this is what and like there's another reason, and like I'm just gonna make my position clear that I'm actually in favor of public financing of elections, but I kind of agree with the Citizens United decision, like because it was about a movie, and like I feel weird drawing distinctions between a production company and like the New York Times editorial page. Like there's a lot of issues like in that case that I disagree with.
Right. But the way that the law is being used now for independent expenditures, you have to admit that it can't be the result that you were looking for, even if you agree with the way of the ruling, because it turned into this bigger fountain of corruption. And that's not that's you can't look at that and be like, no, that's okay.
I always consider the battle I always consider Citizens United like the Battle of New Orleans, right? And if you're a history buff, Andrew Jackson kind of rode to the presidency on the fact that he won the Battle of New Orleans. However, he won the Battle of New Orleans when the War of 1812 was over, right? And like I always look at Citizens United as the thing that draws attention, but it's not the main issue. Like the main issue is whether or not we're going to have public financing of elections, or whether or not, like whether or not we can meaningfully restrict direct contributions. And I feel like the coordination with the super PACs is the most ridiculous thing. Like it's so blatant and obvious that like it's essentially an extension of the campaign. Like when it shouldn't be. Like I understand how that system works when it's not. But obviously, like Mitt Romney was allowed to speak at his super PAC, at an event for a super PAC, and that's not coordination. Like, which makes anybody who gets charged with coordinating with their super PAC an idiot, like Michelle Bachmann.
Yeah, or like, and here's the thing, right? The Clinton campaign, we learned in the WikiLeaks revelations that she was coordinating with Correct the Record, and it was pretty open, it was pretty blatant coordination, and we know that it's there. We have proof that it's there now. What do you think was going to happen? Nothing. Because FEC doesn't, they're not going after people for coordinating with super PACs. It's such a flimsy rule that can be broken very, very easily anyway. But
and the 501c4s are worse than the super PACs too.
And the corruption has gotten so bad that they don't even try to go around it. They're just like, yeah, we're pretty much coordinating.
Yeah, it's like, who cares?
What are you gonna do? Are you gonna come after me, FEC? No, of course you're not. Can't do a goddamn thing. And so that's what we're stuck.
Unfortunate. It's unfortunate, and like the FCC is not a perfect like mechanism, and campaign regulation. A lot of it exists to stall grassroots campaigning, but like, yeah, the idea that like you can be harassed for grassroots campaigning that's outside of FEC like guidelines when you're just passionate about your candidate. A lot of Ron Paul supporters had issues with the FEC, and like, and this was pre Citizens United, but the first campaign, the first relevant campaign, because he ran in like the 80s.
Yeah,
and
you run into these problems because you allow this money to be in the system anyway, and it shouldn't be there in the first place.
But his campaign ran into problems when it was actually his supporters, like really not affiliated with the campaign, when they were just doing whatever they wanted, right? Like he ran into problems like that, but like the idea that the FEC was like, browbeating him for his supporters' behavior back then, because he's not establishment, and they were and they literally like don't care if you're coordinating with your campaign. Remember when Mitch McConnell released that footage of him walking and sitting and all that, so that his super PAC can cut it into ads?
Yeah,
like it's so like that's Mitch McConnell cleverly getting around the law, right? Like there are other candidates that aren't even trying to do like that level of separation. I just released me walking. That's not weird at all on YouTube, so anybody could use it. Wink, wink.
What are you talking about? It's just a video of me walking down the street and smiling. What?
Yeah.
I do that all the time.
And me sitting on my desk. This is perfectly normal. Like at least that if, by the way, if you haven't seen that video, check that out later. It's still
the Mitch
funny.
McConnell video. Oh, I've seen that video before.
Because like if you don't know what it's for, right, and you're just somebody who like follows Mitch McConnell for some reason, and you watch that, you're like, what kind of stupid ass ad is this? Like it doesn't make any sense. Like,
and it's all for them to put in their super PAC ads. So it's crazy.
It's literally B-roll and it's funny,
yeah.
But it's not funny because of what it's for.
Sad. Yeah. So there is a certain level of comedy if you can look at it and just be like, this is so ridiculous. It's funny.
It's gallows humor is what we call it.
It's a little macabre, and that's kind of what we're feeling right now.
Yeah,
that's kind of what we're feeling right now. It's weird. It's a big loss. So Trump 64. So Pennsylvania just came in for Trump.
Oh, it was called.
I
haven't seen it called yet over on NBC, but
he is literally 6 electoral college votes from being president of the United States.
Yeah, and Alaska, by the way, is heavily leaning towards him. I don't know how many exactly they have. I don't think it's 6, but yeah, like he can get it there. Did they call Arizona yet? Because he's gonna win Arizona.
Let me see if they called Arizona yet. Hold. Arizona not called yet, but it's
how many votes does it have? I don't know.
11 electoral votes. He gets Arizona. That's it. 76 reporting, and
he's also going to win Wisconsin. He's up by 3 points.
Surprisingly, Maine is leading towards Hillary Clinton, but it's only 4.
Yeah.
If he do, I mean, that's it.
If he really has Pennsylvania, then like it's over.
Yeah, it's over.
Like it's because if he gets Wisconsin, which he's leading, that's 10 or 11, and if he gets Arizona's 10. So like if he gets either one of those states that he's definitely leading in, then and like significantly, like 3 or 4 points right now.
Even Michigan, which is 89% reporting. So
yeah.
I mean, he wins one more state. That's it.
First of all, he could win all 3.
He could.
Yeah.
He could get into the 300s. This could be a landslide for Trump.
And I'm sorry if me leaning toward like turning my head towards the TV is not very visually appealing, but I'm waiting for calls.
Yeah,
and for those And for those of you who don't know, I chose NBC to follow the election, the calls on the election, because they didn't call the 2000 election on the night everybody else did. So I figured like it would be more accurate, but now I just feel like I'm watching something that's slow because like for the most part, Jeff and Nick and Dan, when they were here, although Dan was on the NBC stream, so not so much Dan, were beating me on the state calls.
Right.
Like they figured out Florida before me. So
yeah, right now CNN is behind with 247 for Trump, Clinton 215.
Oh, I have 244 on the board for NBC, so they're behind. They're behind that. They're behind that CNN is behind.
Right. So yeah,
which is also a normal sentence.
No, it's not.
I just realized that you have a really cool lower third and I don't, and I'm jealous.
I do have. You know who designed it? Dan.
You?
No, I didn't design it. I can't do Photoshop with dick.
Oh my! No. Yo, I had a laptop from my school with Final Cut, Final Cut X, which is what I used at my job, and it was wonderful for the 2 videos that I used it in before I had to return the laptop under threat. And now I'm using like 2 different editing softwares that are free to just try and get my videos out, which is why like they take so long and why I like by the time I'm editing. Like, I don't want to make them because once I realize that I need more footage, like, I want to shoot myself because
how long are the videos do you shoot?
I try and get them down. I try and get them down to short, but like if I shoot them for tape, chances are I'm going to shoot like 20, 30 minutes of footage and try and cut it down.
Like normally how big are your files?
Well, I shoot in like full 1080 on my like DSLR, and it was what I used when I used to make short films. It was like that, so they're pretty big.
Okay.
And my computer's pretty sucky. It wasn't an issue with the Final Cut, but it is now.
Well, I'm using Premiere, and I'm on an old 2012 laptop, so and I'm trying to build a new stream computer and stuff so I can do this more often.
Right. I'm actually gonna buy a used Mac, so I can have Final Cut on it. And I'm literally gonna buy like a 2010 to 2011 something, just so I can have like the right software because like it's so much easier. And then I can do like 2 styles of videos. I can do like those narration where I'm just inserting like images or whatever, which are way easier.
I hate those because you got to find all the images and shit.
I made one of them and it looked nice, right? So I was like, that's pretty easy. And then like I can do other stuff. Like right now I'm having like trouble just getting like my zooms. Like if I misalign my shot, I want to be able to crop it, right? I can't even the editing software that I have is so limited that like that's a chore.
That's what happened. Like you try to get the free editing software and it sucks.
Yeah. I have to piece my footage together in Movie Maker, right? And then oh
God, I'm sorry.
And then render it out, and then insert all the images, and then work on my audio because sometimes I'll get background fuzz, and like I needed something because Final Cut you just click a noise filter, and it's like easy peasy, and like not having that it just is such a fucking pain in the ass. So that I have it. But the software that I put that has the audio filter, if I try and cut and do stuff like that, I'll get crazy lag and it won't work. So I have to cut it separately and then do the audio filtering and then add the images.
That's fucking awful.
And I may or may not have a legal version of one of my softwares, so I have to disconnect from the internet when I'm using it.
You may or may not. I mean, I don't use such things, but if I did, it would help out a lot to have such things.
And then I have to, so like if I need images and like let's say I did have that software, I have to reconnect my internet to get images, but that means I have to close my project and then restart the whole thing.
You would theoretically have to do that
in theoretical hypothetical world.
Sure. So yeah, Nate Silver says the AP has called the presidency for Trump.
Oh my god. Dun 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 dun.
Well, yeah, congratulations, man. Racism, sexism, bigotry. It obviously earns you the presidency.
I think what you're trying to say, and by the way, oh no, he's not up in New Hampshire. I was gonna say it's gonna be a crazy landslide. I think what you're trying to say is that America will be great again.
Okay.
This is where I come out and like rip off my shirt and it says "Make America Great Again,"
or it's like Trump tattooed on your back or something.
Oh,
like
God,
I'm doing this for you.
All right, so like I think I just want to reiterate, like, don't freak out. It's not the end of the world. Like I know people have been crazy about this campaign, crying over his name written in chalk. Crazy. It's not the end of the world. The Democrats nominated a bad candidate, and the Republicans somehow nominated a populist.
A right wing.
Yeah, a bad populist. That's it. This happened in Europe.
Yeah. So here's what we do from now on. Obviously, we continue to fight for progressive values. Yes, it's going to be probably a lot harder, and that's fine. I've never shied away from a fucking challenge. So bring it, dude. Bring it. Right? We'll take on the Republicans. You know, we'll fight to nominate a real progressive to go against him in 2020, man. And what we're going to do is we're going to organize and we're going to fuck some shit up. Right. And we're going to fight Donald Trump at every single second. And this time, hopefully the DNC learns their lesson not to put up a fucking corporate stooge like Hillary Clinton. You know what, Hillary Potts? Fuck you. Fuck you and your fucking horse that you rode in on. Yeah. Because you lost. Oh, no, we'll never lose against somebody like Donald Trump. We just call him a racist, sexist, misogynist. And you know what? That'll fix everything. You know what? It didn't. So fuck you, Hillary Bots. You're the reason Donald Trump is president today. It ain't Bernie Sanders' fault. It ain't Jill Stein's fault. It ain't Gary Johnson's fault. It's your fault. You put up a bad candidate, and now we all have to live with your fucking hubris. Thanks a lot.
It really is imperial hubris that like led us to this point. And also, like, I just want to like state this point because don't believe everything you hear in the media, because the media painted a man as the symbol of business for 25 years and then got mad at people for believing it. Like, Donald Trump has been synonymous for business, even though the only thing he's good at is marketing himself.
Right.
And this is the consequences of reality television being accepted as actual reality. Because honestly, like, I understand why your average person believed him to be the success that he was, because he's on TV and he's in sitcoms, reality shows, and all this stuff as this great businessman. Like, and he's really not. And
by the way, yes, Alaska, he did win Alaska. So he's going on to win possibly over 300 electoral votes.
Oh yeah. That's
yeah.
That's probably gonna happen.
Jill Stein is at 1%. Gary Johnson's at 3%. What happened, Jill Stein voters? I thought she was gonna win in a landslide.
That's fucking sad that he's at 3%. Like, remember he hit 10 at some point.
Yeah, he hit 12. He almost hit enough to get into the first debate. And by the way, I was in favor of him getting into the first debate. I was also in favor of Jill Stein getting into that debate, because I think that those points of views needed to be represented.
Right.
And it didn't happen.
And what you and I know, like, it's going to be called and like Trump's going to give a speech, and I have no idea what he's going to say. I'm more interested in Hillary's concession speech.
It's gonna be tremendous, and it's gonna sound like
Abi Kibar, Trump, Sarkar.
that's what it's gonna sound like.
By the way,
You know what this is gonna do? Donald Trump winning is gonna be fantastic for this show.
right.
We're gonna grow to 100,000 subscribers.
Right. I also want to point out one thing, and like it goes to I don't know why this is sticking out in my brain, but we're gonna see presidential candidates eat fast food from now on, because Donald Trump is photographed dozens of times eating like KFC or like whatever. And I remember watching I hate to keep going back to Bill Maher, like he's the mouthpiece for the Democratic Party. He isn't. But I remember watching him say you can't vote for him because he eats fast food. And I'm like, dude, like do you understand what a caricature of a liberal elitist is? Because you're starting to fit in there. Like America eats fast food. Like so, yeah. Like that was like that's like Bernie in the middle seat on an airplane. You know what I mean? That stuff's gold.
Oh yeah, you know Hank Thompson works at the Young Turks. Points out something really interesting. Trump and the Republican Congress might eliminate the free and open internet. Yeah. Adding in pay-to-play rules, which would also be actually really terrible for the show, because I can't afford to pay for high-speed internet.
Right.
Do these pay gates. So what's that going to do to independent media? Crushed.
Yeah. I mean, I hope it doesn't turn out to be like that. I know that a lot of Trumpers will say something like, you know, there was no guarantee that Hillary would have kept that, but like you don't know. The thing is you don't know what the Republican Congress will do, right? But you know
reality.
Yeah, but I'm saying but you know that when they're united, there's not a lot of opposition. There was not a lot of opposition to anything that George W. Bush did for 6 years. So, and look, nobody's more disappointed. Nobody's more disappointed in this result. Like, I'm not a big Hillary Clinton fan, and I wouldn't have been crazy happy if she won either. But like, I wanted a libertarian candidate, which would probably have to come from the Republican Party to run in the next election cycle. So, like a more libertarian leaning candidate. So like, this is not good. Like, you know, in that same sense that you would want a progressive to run, you know, in 2020, right, kind of thing. Except like, you know, you would have been happier with Clinton than I would have been with Trump.
I would not have been happy with Clinton.
Happier with Clinton over Trump.
Slightly, okay.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I was gonna take today as a loss no matter what, but like I had like a solace like reasoning for Clinton.
It is a loss, yeah, and like it would have been a loss for Clinton on different fronts as well. It's just a bigger loss with Donald Trump. So.
Right. I honestly wish the Democrats would have at least taken the Senate. I actually am a divided government person, and this is not good. I actually think Obama's second term is more successful than his first term because he got to open up Cuba, and like, right. And I hope that kind of stuff stays. The deal with Iran that's being ripped up day one. Like, yeah. It's not great. They just called Pat Toomey in Pennsylvania as the apparent winner, and so technically they didn't call it on NBC, but they called a Missouri race for the Republican. I forgot his name.
Yeah, right now the Republicans still lead in the Senate races, so they need 2 more to win the majority.
Yeah. I think they have it. They have. They have the tie, but the tie is the majority because the vice president, you know, votes in the Senate in case of a tie, you know, on tie vote issues. Mm-hmm. So the Republicans have it. They have 50, like projected, according to NBC right now. And the Democrats are +1 in the Senate column. They have 45. Did they have 44 before? That's where they were at.
What they have right now is 47.
Oh, well, they're listed at 45. I think NBC's not counting Sanders, like they're not counting independents.
Yeah, fair enough.
But they caucus with it. Like he caucuses with the Democrats, and I can't think of another Democrat independent in the Senate right now. So, like, I don't know who else they're not counting. I think they're projecting. I just saw the IOT race, but I didn't see who won.
Let me look at that. See, yeah, Pat Toomey won, Marco Rubio, Ron Johnson, Roy Blunt is leading in Missouri. Nice.
But earlier today, I thought that Marco Rubio might have saved Trump in Florida because people were talking about Marco Rubio's early voting game, and I thought that would have been like kind of ironic because Trump and Christie kind of punched Marco in the face, like he wasn't going to run because they kicked his ass so badly. But like the way that these results are coming in, I think this is the wave of Trump, like
it is
pure and simple.
Absolutely.
Like I thought Rubio was gonna make it competitive for the guy. You know who must be feeling pretty dumb? John Kasich.
Yeah, kind of.
Like he put all his eggs in the Trump's gonna lose and I'm gonna set myself up for the next go. And he could have been the VP reportedly. So
he could have had unlimited power.
Control, isn't that scary? Control over domestic and foreign policy.
And so, yeah. Now, interestingly enough, is that we're likely going to have essentially President Pence, because Trump's more going to be a figurehead than anything, because he doesn't actually want to do the work. So you have Mike Pence essentially running pretty much everything. So
I've seen that movie before of a more evil vice president running things for.
Exactly. And we saw what happened there.
I think that the people that have influence, over Trump, that are outside of these surrogates, that are his friends, his recent friends, are his kids, and I think that some of his kids are decent. So like I think some of this is like really stretching for hope. I think that some of Mike Pence's anti-abortion kind of bullshit isn't gonna fly with Trump's daughter, who he's in love with.
Creepy.
No, but I mean he loves his daughter and he says weird things about her, but like he actually does listen to his daughter. So I think maybe we can get a little bit of pushback on some of that. Because Pence is terrible. Pence is the guy who signed a bill that said you had to bury your aborted tissue.
Yeah, so we're going to we're going to fight against that, obviously. And this is the plan. We're going to fight our hardest against Donald Trump and his horrific policies. Now, one person in the chat, and yes, I'm reading your guys' comments, and so I appreciate you guys interacting with us and giving us your feedback. One person did say, and I missed that comment actually. It was there, but I'm actually like super tired, so I kind of forgot. Let me read it. Like, oh yes, it's easier to fight back because we're no longer divided over Hillary Clinton, and now we're all going to be united against Donald Trump. I believe that to an extent.
I don't.
There will always be obviously differences, and there will be some people that will refuse to work with us. I was talking to somebody earlier, like, hey, if you voted for Clinton, I'm not working with you. I'm not fighting with you because you voted for the establishment. Well, but we all want the same thing. We all want to oppose Donald Trump. So we should work together. So I think you're going to have some ego that gets in the way.
No, I definitely agree with it will be the Democratic opposition, or the left leaning opposition will be more united, but I don't think it becomes easier. Like as somebody who didn't really get on the Obama train in the first place, like the anti-war issue didn't just get lost. It didn't just get divided. It's done. Like that is over. Right? The anti-war contingent is not existent in this country.
Which is sad.
Like it's gone. Like that issue's over. So like when these, because of the way people are so attached to team politics, when these issues get passed over from one to like, and there's enough continuity that like opposition not only gets like fractured, it gets destroyed. So like I don't believe that. I believe that the things that the Democrats were always opposed to, which apparently war is not one of them because they nominated the more pro-war candidate,
right?
Like abortion and like same-sex marriage, which I really hope is not rolled back. That would be awful.
Sure.
We've seen that in Russia, by the way, where gay rights have been rolled back.
Right, but does Donald Trump really care about gay people though? Like one way or the other? I know Mike Pence and all the social conservatives will be against that, but does Donald Trump give a shit? I don't think he does.
I don't think he does either. He's the dude that said,
yeah, I think what Donald Trump cares about is what benefits him and his business, right? And now apparently what benefits him politically. So
right.
I think he's going to go and it benefits him.
I think that he first of all, he's the guy who said Caitlyn Jenner, and I realize being trans is not the same as being gay, but he said Caitlyn Jenner can use whatever bathroom she wants.
Right.
In like Trump Tower. Like he is not this social. I saw this never Trumper get into an argument with a pro-Trump person. The pro-Trump person I think was Laura Ingraham, right? And she was like trying to beat him over the head on abortion, and he was like, listen, this guy is not the champion. And from the conservative point, they want the strictest abortion laws. But they're like, this guy is not the champion of abortion. Like it's not true. And like from our point of view, that's a good thing. Right. So like he's not going to be as good on, he wouldn't be as good on it. This is like the one issue Hillary Clinton was consistent on, like through her career, is the pro-choice issue. Like he wouldn't be as good on it as Hillary Clinton. There you go. I said something nice about Hillary, by the way.
Oh my God.
He wouldn't be as good on it as Hillary on that issue. But he what you call it? He would like there are too many people around him to think that nothing is going to be rolled back. Right? He like when Ted Cruz or when Marco Rubio or when Jeb Bush say we need to rebuild our military, like they're lying.
Yes, they are.
When Donald Trump says we need to build our military, he doesn't know anything. I believe that he thinks that the military has been defunded or something. And we're going to get, to borrow a Trumpism, a tremendous amount more of military spending. So
right.
That's a problem.
That is a problem. It's a huge problem, I should say.
Huge. He thinks that he's like, there's a missile gap between the United States and Russia, which I think there is, but like also who cares? Because we're talking about like we can destroy the world only 1,000 times. They can destroy it 2,000 times. I only live on one planet, so one time's enough. You know what I mean? So that's that.
Don't destroy it once, right? Absolutely.
What happens when the North Korean government taunts Donald Trump? Which they're actually prone to do, and he goes after a dude with just as bad hair, who's just as loose with his rhetoric.
So it's funny. Kim Jong-un actually, I don't know if this is confirmed, but he actually supports Donald Trump in a way because he thinks it's going to be good. I don't know how, or why, and it's unconfirmed, but that's what I've been seeing. So I don't know.
I mean, Kim Jong-un is not much older than me and possibly younger than you. Like, you know what I mean? And he's the leader of a nuclear power. But yeah, maybe you know what? Kim Jong-un, like if you look at his what he likes basketball, he likes a lot of American stuff. There's a chance he watches The Apprentice. You know what I mean? Like he loves that. He loves that shit. And you know Donald Trump's thing, if he says nice things about me, I think he's a nice guy. And you know who Trump knows, right? He knows Dennis Rodman from Celebrity Apprentice. Boom.
Boom, diplomat, ambassador to North Korea.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Somebody's gonna be like, Mr. Trump, we don't have ambassadors to North Korea. They don't really talk to us like that.
And
Get it done.
get it done. I don't care how. Get it done.
Put him in the South Korea and tell him to walk up.
I got somebody in the chat saying that you can't balance the budget and up military spending. Yeah, that's true. Which means there's going to be cuts somewhere.
Oh, it's a good thing that Donald Trump rarely, if ever, mentions balancing the budget.
Yeah, Ryan. Yeah, Trump already has one. So get with the times, dude. Seriously, we already know this. Trump won
because Trump is what you call it. He's not really a what's the word I'm looking for? A fiscal conservative. It's not a thing. He's authoritarian.
Oh, okay. So this has gotten weird. So we've been going way too long.
Right. I got energy. They still haven't called it on NBC.
Oh yeah. Well, it's dude, it's over.
I know. I'm literally watching women cry on television, and it's making me feel bad.
Trump is 266. He's 4 votes.
Yo, do you have some TV on where with NBC or any of them?
No, I don't have cable, dude.
No, but NBC is a local channel.
I don't have like.
All right, so they haven't officially called it on NBC or whatever, right? And I don't know what's on in the Clinton headquarters, but they're gone. They're not staying for the concession speech. Like they're leaving. Like the Clinton supporters are rats on the Titanic. They're gone.
They're gone. See you later, Hillary bots.
I was watching them cry, and they're all crossing. You know what's crazy is they're both in Manhattan.
It's their.
Oh, no. Hillary's coming. Oh, she's coming up.
Oh, here comes.
Do you want to sign off so we can watch this, or
can you give me the link? I can play it probably in here.
Oh, I'm watching it on the yeah, you know what? It is on YouTube, I think. So
right.
Hold on.
So yeah, if you can get me the link, I can try and play it in here, at least play the sound.
Right. They're showing a woman cry on
we
on
can
NBC.
Years of establishment butthurt.
Yeah, but they're like, these are actual like people that are there, so I feel bad.
I feel bad too. Well, I feel bad for the future of the country, but
yeah. I mean,
thing.
it's funny because I my friends are Bernie Sanders supporters, but I laughed at the pictures of them with the crying faces.
Yeah, I did not. I was just like, fuck this election.
Yeah, like because I've had my candidate, like I've had shit happen to my candidate that I didn't like.
No, yeah, totally.
And like, but I understand that there's some diehards, but I'm not like
hold on here. Let me give you an update from 538. John Podesta said that Hillary Clinton has no plan to concede tonight, and many states are still close. Though most have been called for Trump. The last time we didn't get a concession speech on election night was 2004. Kerry conceded the next day. This is from Julia Azari writing for 538.
I mean, she's not conceding, but like there's like 12. I sent you the link in the chat.
Okay.
There's like 12 people in the room. I'm exaggerating. There's not like 12 people there, but like
so it's pretty much like a Clinton rally then.
Yeah, but they're leaving. It's like somebody said during the event that they should grab women by the pussy.
Mm-hmm.
And all the women are leaving, except by women I mean everybody in the room is like looking for the exits. There's more media there than actual people.
Jesus.
Come out and decide that he is going to declare himself the winner, or is he going to wait it out until they get officially to 270? At least wait for one news network to officially call him the winner and the president-elect at 270. You can hear this crowd behind me.
Is that volume coming from you? Like that's super loud.
People are getting quite tired. It's 2 a.m. in the morning, and many of them have been here for
it's
hours.
2 a.m.
Here at 3
Yeah, dude.
p.m. Also,
Yeah,
these are
we've been on for too long.
with the presidency.
Way too long.
They're feeling like they want. This to
I
happen
say we still hang with it, but
at this point.
if by the way, when they said they're trying to figure out if Donald Trump will declare himself the winner or wait for a concession, like, did we even need to ask that question?
But
of
as
course
of
not.
now, the last we heard, he is still waiting for 270.
He's waiting for 270. Is
All
that
right, Katie,
Oh,
thanks,
so
man.
he's still waiting for NBC to call it because NBC's the only one who's not on 270.
Oh, it's
There was
funny.
up in Ohio.
NBC. This is
And
the
you
link.
guys did not declare
245, Clinton
either.
218.
You
Yeah, that's what I've been watching this whole time.
If he wants a day, give him a day.
Absolutely. Give them time. Look, the psychological impact of this
All right,
is
hold
that,
on. We don't.
I think not
Yeah,
only
we need this guy.
Right.
certainly everyone.
Steve
This guy,
Smith.
by the way, he's a John McCain guy,
Yep,
and he was played by Woody Harrelson in a movie about Sarah Palin, and Woody Harrelson killed it in that performance.
Yeah, no, he can. He's good.
It's an HBO movie. All right, so he's gonna wait for 270, and I don't think he's gonna give his speech at 3 a.m. I think he's gonna give his speech prime time tomorrow.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we'll probably just, I don't know. What do you think about calling it a night?
Um,
I'm gonna pick this up tomorrow.
Sure. Yeah, I can call it a night.
Yeah.
We're
We're gonna have a fun day tomorrow.
Fun. Yeah, this was fun. The results are not great. I'm not gonna lie.
They're not great.
I mean, I would be saying that they weren't great if they were the other way. So I don't want to make it seem like I'm a liar. So I'm gonna be honest. I wouldn't be happy, but I'm kind of surprised. Like, I thought Hillary Clinton could run out the clock on this one.
Yeah, there's only so much you can run out the clock, man. And I like I said, Hillary Clinton supporters, I got a big fat "I told you so."
And by the way, there's if it wasn't Trump, right? And by the way, I can think of worse Republicans than Trump. But if it wasn't Trump, I would even that it is Trump, there is a part of me that thinks that this rejection of these political families and the political names, like, something in there is positive, right? I'm struggling to find a positive note for you guys. And
yeah, there isn't a whole lot. So, interesting shows,
yeah,
basically. So, all right. As I said, I'm gonna wrap it up. I want to thank everybody for tuning in to this. How long have we been on the air? 4 or 5 hours?
yeah,
Like that. So thank you guys for tuning into this election live stream. Wish we had better news for you, but it is what it is. And what makes it possible, what made it possible for me to stay up to 2 a.m. is thanks to your guys. Thanks to you watching, and thanks to people donating to us on Patreon for helping us out. I mean, we've got some pretty awesome patrons that help out the show. So if you want to help us, so we can do more stuff like this, patreon.com/TYT Nation. Thanks, Sean. And I want to thank Dan for being here before, Nick, and everybody. So
thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Follow me on Twitter at IamSean90. That's at IAMSEAN90. And subscribe to me on YouTube. The Actual Justice Warrior is my channel. And I might have a video out tomorrow, but honestly, I'm probably going to crash and buy booze.
yeah, crashing and buying booze sounds like a great idea. So, all right, everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the normal show, 5 p.m. Eastern, and we'll have some clips up on TYT Nation. You damn right I'm going to be talking about this tomorrow. All right. We'll see you guys later.